State and govern.
Minhas senhoras e meus senhores,
Ladies and
quero em
gentlemen,
primeiro lugar
first,
e desta tribuna das Nações Unidas
I would like
reiterar
to
as
congratulate
nossas mais sentidas condolências ao governo
from this
do Rei de
podium at
Marrocos
the United
e da
Nations.
Líbia,
Firstly, I would like to offer our
expressar os
most
nossos
heartfelt condolences
sentimentos
to the governments of the
fraternal,
Kingdom of
da
Morocco
solidariedade
and
e
Libya,
para com os povos
and to express
desses
our
dois
feelings
países
of
amigos
fraternal
e
solidarity with the peoples of these two
Permitam-me
countries who are our
endereçar
friends
as
and
minhas
brothers and
felicitações
sisters.
ao Sr. Denis
I
Francis,
would like also
da
to
Trinidad and
congratulate
Tobago,
Mr. Dennis
pela
Francis
sua
from
eleição
Trinidad
na
and
qualidade de
Tobago
presidente
for his
da
election as
78ª
president of the 78th
sessão
session
da
of the
Asamblea
United Nations
General das
General
Nações Unidas.
Assembly.
Desejo-lhe muito sucesso
I wish him
no
much
exercício do
success
seu mandato,
during his term,
ao seu predecessor, Sr. Kassaba
and I would
Kurosi,
also like to
da Hungria,
congratulate
e felicito
his
pelos
predecessor,
resultados
Mr. Saba
alcançados
Kurosi from
durante a sua
Hungary,
presidência.
for the results achieved during his
Felicito
presidency.
igualmente o
I
secretário-geral das
also
Nações
congratulate
Unidas,
Secretary
António
General
Guterres,
Antonio Guterres
pelo seu desempenho
for his
a favor
performance
da
in
paz,
promoting
do
peace
desenvolvimento
and
do mundo.
development in the world.
Senhor Presidente,
Mr.
os
President,
ilustres oradores
these
que me
distinguished
precederam
speakers who
perante
preceded
esta
me
tribuna
on this podium
fizeram análises e
presented
observações
important
pertinentes
analyses and
sobre os
observations
desafios
on current
atuais
challenges
e a situação internacional.
and the
Por
international
isso,
scenario.
vou realçar a ação concreta
Therefore, I will
que eu
focus
penso
on
se espera
concrete
de nós,
actions that,
as
in my
Nações
view,
Unidas.
are expected from
Guiné-Bissau,
us, the United Nations.
melhor
For
resposta aos
Guinea-Bissau,
desafios
the best
com os
response
quais a
to the
comunidade
challenges
internacional
that confront
está
the
confrontada
international community
passa pelo reforço do multilateralismo.
includes strengthening
cooperação
multilateralism and international
nós,
cooperation.
O multilateralismo
In our
é
view,
instrumento indispensável
multilateralism is an
e o imperativo
indispensable
moral
instrument
se queremos
and a
construir
moral imperative
juntos
if we
mundo
wish to
solidário,
build
de
together
paz e bem-estar
a
para todos.
solidary world
Nesse
and
sentido,
well-being for all.
congratulamos-nos
To this end,
com a
we
escolha
welcome
e a
the
pertinência
choice
do tema
and significance of
da
the
presente
theme
sessão da
for the
Assembleia Geral das
session
Nações Unidas,
of the General
que
Assembly,
enaltece a
which
importância
stresses
da
the
confiança
importance of
e a
global
solidariedade
trust and
global.
solidarity,
Prosperidade,
prosperity,
progresso
progress,
e sustentabilidade
and
para todos.
sustainability
Senhor
for
Presidente,
all. Mr. President,
Excelências,
Excellencies,
espera-se de todos nós ações concertadas com
we
vista
are
à
expected to take
concretização
coordinated
das nossas
actions to
decisões,
implement our decisions,
tais como a realização dos objetivos
such as the
do
achievement
desenvolvimento
of the
sustentável
Sustainable Development
ODS,
Goals
e a Agenda
SDGs,
2063,
and the
a África que
African
queremos
Union's
da União
Agenda
Africana,
2063, the
garantir o
Africa we
financiamento
want,
do
to ensure
desenvolvimento
development
e proteger
financing
de maneira coletiva
and to
melhor
collectively
o nosso
protect
planeta.
and improve our
A este
planet.
propósito, é preciso cumprir os
To this
acordos
end,
de
we must
Paris,
comply with the Paris and
COP27.
COP27 agreements,
incluindo o fundo de perda de
including
danos para os
the
países
Loss and Damage
vulneráveis,
Fund for vulnerable
particularmente
countries,
os insulares, como o
particularly
meu país,
island
a
nations
Guiné-Bissau.
such as my country,
Senhor
Guinea-Bissau. Mr.
É
President,
preciso introduzir
we must
as
introduce
mudanças
the changes
necessárias
required
na arquitetura
in
de
the
paz
international
e
peace and
segurança
security
internacionais e no
architecture
sistema financeiro
and in
mundial
the world financial system
para que consigam dar resposta
to
à
enable
atual
them to
conjuntura
respond
internacional.
to the current
A reforma
international
do Conselho de
scenario.
Segurança,
Security
que há
Council
muito
reform,
se
which has
considera
long been
como
deemed as
necessária,
necessary,
deverá tomar
must
em
consider the
conta a
position
posição da União
of the
Africana
African
a
Union
fim de garantir
in
uma
order to
representação
ensure a
realista
realistic
e mais justa,
and fairer
em
representation,
adequação com o papel cada vez mais preponderante
consistently with the
da África
increasingly
na construção
preponderant
e manutenção
role
do
of
equilíbrio do
Africa
mundo.
in
Senhor
building and
Presidente,
maintaining balance
minhas
in the world.
senhoras e
Mr.
meus
President,
senhores,
ladies and gentlemen,
desde que assumi a presidência da
since I
República de
became
Guiné-Bissau,
president of the Republic of
em
Guinea-Bissau
2020,
in
apostamos
2020,
no diálogo,
we have
construção
focused
da
on
paz,
dialogue,
da
peace
estabilidade
building,
política
political
e no
stability,
desenvolvimento
as
socioeconômico
well
do
as
nosso
social
país,
and
bem
economic
como
development in our
na
country,
sub-região da África Ocidental,
as well
além,
as in the West
são também
Africa
esses
sub-region
princípios
and beyond.
que nos guiaram
These
durante o
principles
exercício
also
do
guided
nosso
us
mandato
during our term
de presidente da Conferência de Chefes de Estado
as
e de
President
Governo
of the Conference
CDAO,
of Heads of State
que
and
assumimos
Government
com a
of
determinação
ECOWAS, which
o alto
we
sentido da
accepted with
responsabilidade
determination
e que terminou
and a heightened
no passado mês
sense
de
of
julho.
responsibility,
A
and
esse
which
propósito,
ended last July.
Queremos realçar
To this end,
a
we
nossa
wish
grande
to
preocupação
reiterate our
perante
great concern with
o
the recurrence
ressurgimento
of
de
coup
golpes de
d'etats
Estado e do retrocesso
and steps
da
back
democracia
in
e do
democracy
Estado de
and the
Direito
rule of
em
law
alguns países
in some
da nossa
countries in
sub-região.
our sub-region,
Em flagrante violação
in
da
flagrant
livre escolha
violation
das
of the
populações
population's
exprimida
freedom of choice
através das urnas.
as expressed
Senhor
through
Presidente,
ballot boxes.
Minhas senhoras
Mr.
e meus
President,
senhores, apesar dos
ladies and
efeitos
gentlemen,
nefastos
despite the harmful effects
prolongado
of the
embargo
prolonged
imposto
embargo
ao povo de
imposed on
Cuba,
the people of Cuba,
esse país irmão
our sister
sempre
nation
esteve
has always
e
supported
continua ao lado
and
dos
continues
países
to
da
support
África.
the countries of Africa.
Reiteramos o nosso apelo
We
para pôr fim
reiterate our
a
appeal
esse
for
injusto
an end
e irracional
to
embargo
this
e
unjust
acabar com este
and
obstáculo
irrational
à
embargo,
realização
which
das
is an
legítimas
obstacle to
aspirações
the
do povo
fulfillment
cubano.
of the legitimate
O
aspirations
mesmo
of the Cuban
sucede
people.
com o povo
The
irmão
same
de
is true
Venezuela,
for our
a
brothers
quem
and
também
sisters in
não
Venezuela,
podemos esquecer que
whom
devemos
we
demonstrar
must
a
also
nossa
not
solidariedade.
forget and to whom
Senhor
we must
Presidente,
show our
Como
solidarity.
sabem,
Mr. President,
faz ano
as
que
you know,
assumi o cargo do presidente
it
da
has been a
Aliança de
year
Líderes
since I took the
Africanos
office of President
contra a
of the
malária.
African Leaders
chefe de Estado
Malaria
e
Alliance.
do governo,
As heads of
continuamos
state and
em
government,
África
we
a dar
continue in
prioridade
Africa
à luta contra
to
a
give
malária.
priority to the
Graças a
struggle
esse
against malaria.
Mais de
As a
1,5
result of
milhões
this effort,
de casos de
more
malária
than
foram evitados
1.5
e
billion cases of
10,5
malaria
milhões
were
de
avoided
vidas
and
foram
10.5
salvadas
million lives
em
were
África
saved in
desde
Africa
2000.
since 2000.
Apelo à África,
I call on
e à comunidade
Africa and
internacional,
the international community
ação
to take action.
se quisermos alcançar
If we wish
as metas
to
globais
achieve our global
para
goals for
2030 de
2030
acabar com as
of
epidemias
ending
de
malaria
e alcançar
epidemics
a cobertura
and achieving
universal de
universal
saúde,
health conference,
precisamos de agir
we
agora.
must act now.
Senhor Presidente,
Mr. President,
Excelências,
Excellencies,
este ano o povo da
this year
República
the
da
people
Guiné-Bissau
of the Republic of
comemora
Guinea-Bissau
os seus
celebrates
50 anos de
50
existência
years of
enquanto Estado
existence
independente
as an
e
independent
soberano.
and sovereign
Perante
state.
este facto, como
Thus,
mandatário da nação guinense,
as an emissary of the
agradeço
Bissau Guinean
a
nation,
extraordinária ajuda
I am
dada a
thankful
nossa
for
luta da
the
libertação nacional
extraordinary aid
pela ex-União
provided by the
Soviética,
former Soviet
a
Union,
República de
the
Guiné-Conakry,
Republic
Cuba,
of Guinea,
Argélia, Marrocos,
Conakry,
Suécia
Cuba,
e os
Algeria,
outros
and
países,
Morocco,
como
and
igualmente
other
as
countries
Nações
to
Unidas.
our struggle for
Sua
liberation,
história,
as well as the United
na
Nations
sua histórica
in
visita às
its
nossas
historic
regiões
visit
libertadas,
to our
onde
liberated
confirmou
regions,
a existência
confirming the
de controle
existence
político,
of
administrativo
effective
e militar
political,
efetivo.
administrative, and
Nesta
military
ocasião
control.
solene, 50 anos da nossa
On
independência,
this solemn occasion of 50 years of
o povo da
independence,
República da
the people
Guiné-Bissau
of the
vai reforçar
Republic of
a sua
Guinea-Bissau
determinação
will
energia,
strengthen our
com vista à
determination and
consolidação
energy to
da unidade
consolidate
nacional
national
e vai
unity
mobilizar-se ainda mais
and mobilize
para
even
com o
more
plasmado no hino
as
da República
enshrined
da
in the
Guiné-Bissau,
national anthem of
construir
Guinea-Bissau
na pátria mortal.
to build
paz
peace
e o
and
progresso.
congress in our
Senhor
everlasting homeland.
Neste momento
Mr.
histórico,
President,
se
at
vive
this
a República da
historic
Guiné-Bissau,
juncture in the history of the
quero antes de
Republic of
terminar,
Guinea-Bissau,
em nome do
and
governo,
before I finish my remarks,
povo
I wish
guinense
to reaffirm
reafirmar
on behalf of our
desde esta
government
tribuna
and the Bissau
e
Guinean
perante o
people,
mundo,
from this
nosso
podium
engajamento
and
constante
before the world, our engagement
disponibilidade
and
em
continuous
continuar a trabalhar
availability to
com a
continue
ONU
to work with the
e a
UN
cooperar com
and to
todos
cooperate with
governos
all
e
friendly
povos
governments
amigos
and
em
peoples
prol da paz
for world
e do
peace and
desenvolvimento
development
no mundo, bem
and to
como a
protect our
proteção
planet.
do nosso planeta. Muito obrigado.
Thank you very much.
Of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Guinea-Bissau for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Bayram Begay, President of the Republic of Albania. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Bayram Begay, President of the Republic of Albania, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Dear Mr. President, Your Excellencies, I'm honored to speak in front of you today and express my deep appreciation for the United Nations General Assembly. This assembly serves as a unique platform for global cooperation and offers hope for a better world. I want to express my sincere gratitude to President Francis for his election and convey my best wishes for his continued success in leading this assembly. I would also like to extend my warmest regard to Secretary General Guterres for his continuous efforts for peace in the world and for his standing firm in defense of the UN Charter, international law, and human rights in face of so much adversity of our times. His leadership fosters trust in the United Nations. Rebuilding trust and reigniting global solidarity is more than ever a necessity for reconciliation, good understanding, and more cooperation. It is the only way we can face today's common and global challenges that are not just affecting the present, but also risking the future of the next generations. And it all should be done by assessing regions and countries based on their contribution rather than their failures. Ladies and gentlemen, since 1955, when Albania became a member state of the United Nations, a lot has changed. From a self-isolated country, Albania now proudly stands as a NATO member and has initiated accession negotiations with the European Union. Currently, Albania is concluding its first term as a non-permanent member of the Security Council, and this month we are productively chairing this UN body for the second time. As part of the Western Balkans, Albania continues to make unwavering contribution to peace and stability in this region. Albanians play a crucial role in Southern Eastern Europe. We constitute the large majority in two independent republics, Albania and Kosovo. We form a constitutive minority in North Macedonia and Montenegro, and significant minority in southern part of Serbia. Throughout our history, Albania has adhered to a policy of friendship and good neighborly relations. We remain deeply concerned by the recurring crises that reoccur from time to time regarding the relation among its neighbors. Both Albania and Kosovo have consistently championed peace over tension and conflicts, and we remain committed to this path. We hope to be organized for our contribution and not let our endeavors be overshadowed by opposing narratives. In this context, Albania supports the difficult yet not ongoing dialogue between Kosovo and Serbia, facilitated through a careful mediation by the European Union and strongly supported by the United States. At the same time, Albania remains sensitive to Kosovo integrity and prosperity. Kosovo has managed to heal many deep wounds from the tragic past. The rise of the Serbs in Kosovo reflect the European norms and values, and the same should be applied for the Albanian minority in the Preševa Valley in southern Serbia. Unfortunately, we still remain concerned about the passivation of their residential addresses and the absence of substantial investments and economic incentives in that region. Kosovo has demonstrated that pain need not breed hostility. It can translate into understanding and support. Yet, Kosovo still waits recognition of its independence by many countries. I hope that these countries will soon acknowledge Kosovo's contribution to a fairer and more peaceful global community and grant Kosovo the recognition it deserves. Recognize Kosovo's independence. Excellencies, Albania, despite being a small nation with a young democracy, has history marked by wars it did not choose and domination it did not seek nor accept. While these are painful memories, they have also imparted invaluable lessons. It's precisely because of its history that Albania places great importance on international law as its foremost defense. We firmly embrace the principles of the rules-based international order, where relations among nations are founded on respect rather than sheer power. This commitment is why we have consistently and unequivocally condemned the military aggression against Ukraine, and we will continue to do so. Despite our size, Albania has been actively engaged on the international stage, both regionally and globally, in the pursuit of peace and security. However, we recognize that sustainable development is an integral component of achieving international peace and security. On the other hand, meaningful sustainable development is unattainable without a foundation of genuine peace and security. The unprovoked and unjustified Russian act of aggression against its neighbor sadly speaks louder than our words. This absurd and malicious war has directly and indirectly affected various dimensions of sustainable development, not only for Ukraine and the region, but also for the entire globe. This senseless war has disrupted trade, caused economical instability, destroyed infrastructure, including transport network and industrial facilities, and divert attention and resources away from addressing shared challenges, development, and implementing the 2030 agenda. The war in Ukraine has strained regional stability and affected cooperation among countries. It's highlighted geopolitical tensions and strained diplomatic relations, hindering international collaboration on sustainable development initiatives. The spillover effects of the war, including displacement, migration, and economic and security concerns, as we have witnessed, can have global ramifications that impede progress toward achieving sustainable development goals. Ladies and gentlemen, Albania welcomed the SDG summit called by UN Secretary General and the political declaration adopted. It's a milestone in re-energizing our joint efforts and commitments to achieving the 2030 agenda. We firmly believe that the success of SDGs lies in our collective efforts to address challenges that hinder sustainable development. Collective efforts means the urgent needs for decisive actions to better support developing countries. Albania acknowledges the imperative for reforms and stands ready to work alongside the international community in ensuring an enabling environment that allows developing countries to actively participate in and benefit from the global economy. I would like to emphasize that Albania is committed to reducing domestic poverty and inequality levels by 2027. and 2030, in line with our nationally determined climate contributions. We recognize the need for comprehensive policy commitments to drive the necessary energy, food, digital, and social transitions to achieve these benchmarks. Aligning our national budget with SDGs, mainstreaming gender equality, revitalizing public sector capacities, and strengthening our data and monitoring systems are among the fundamental actions we prioritize. Albania recognizes the significance of this session as a pivotal moment for our world. It's an opportunity to shift from fear to hope and from deepening pessimism to accelerated actions. We are committed to playing our part and collaborating with the international community to ensure the successful realization of the 2030 Agenda. Ladies and gentlemen, I would also like to bring to your attention Albania's position on one of the most debated issues today, that of multilateralism. Today's critical challenges show that universal reason is the only way out. We recognize that peace is indivisible. We cannot secure peace on the back of the people who perish in war. No one can truly have lasting peace until everyone has it. Albania recognized that human rights are indivisible. We cannot ensure basic rights for all if we select one subset of rights and ignore the rest. The suffering caused by torture or famine is hard to distinguish. It's unacceptable and unnecessary suffering that can be eliminated if we embrace all civil, political, socio-economic, and cultural rights. Albania is a candidate for the Human Rights Council in the upcoming election next month. If elected, we will be championing human rights in their broadest sense. This includes human rights, women's rights, children's rights, minority rights, and the fundamental rights to equal opportunities. We will work with other countries to protect, promote, and defend human rights and freedoms as a vital condition for individual and collective development and prosperity. On the region front, we eagerly anticipate the upcoming EU Western Balkan Summit in Tirana this October. We are committed to transforming our region into an example of trust and partnership that transcend borders and communities. Multilateralism is central to our collective endeavors. It is, above all, a vision of how states should cooperate to achieve better results for everyone. Fundamentally, it is about expectation of acceptable behavior in the future. Multilateralism is a normative key, requires us to consider not only whether existing arrangements are effective or efficient, but also whether existing multilateral practices and processes are fair and just. It's high time that we engage unconditionally, fully, and in good faith to achieve meaningful reforms of this House with the Security Council at its core. No state, government, or individual can be above the law. Albania supports the reform of the United Nations and its main bodies with the aim of strengthening the organization's ability to address the current emerging challenges and threats to international peace, security, and development. The power of the Security Council rests on its capacity to intervene decisively in the service of the peace and security. The question nowadays should no longer be whether the Council can interfere in the domestic realms of states or not. Rather, the question should be how the Council can intervene in an intelligent, reflective, and timely manner in the service of the values and mandate for which it was created. Dear Excellencies, since gaining independence in 1912, my country has undergone significant territorial transformation. Presently, Albania boasts captivating urban and rural landscapes that I wholeheartedly encourage you to explore. I mention this not merely to extend an invitation to Albania, but also to underscore the importance of territorial transformation that lies before us. In the face of climate change, this challenge runs as a red thread through the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. I hope that my country and our nations can effectively address this challenge by safeguarding our natural resources and cultural heritage. Our approach should involve respecting the diversity of these resources and collaborating with communities engaged in both environmental causes and culture preservation efforts. I firmly believe that this approach reinforces democracy, a political system uniquely capable of ensuring sustainable and fair development. It's in such a world that our younger generation can find joy and prosperity. Our collective efforts can pave the way for them to tell the story of successful collaboration, one that centers around us and this esteemed organization. Thank you so much for your attention.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Albania for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Abdel Fattah al-Burhan Abdul Rahman al-Burhan, President of the Transitional Sovereign Council of the Republic of Sudan. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Abdel Fattah al-Burhan Abdul Rahman al-Burhan, President of the Transitional Sovereign Council of the Republic of the Sudan, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
In the name of God, the compassionate, the merciful, Mr. President, Honorable Heads of State and Government, ladies and gentlemen, peace and blessings of God be upon you. In the name of the government and people of Sudan, I would like to congratulate you, Mr. President, on assuming the presidency of this session. I would also like to thank your predecessor and His Excellency, the Secretary General, for their efforts to counter the challenges that faced our world over the past year. Mr. President, since the 15th of April, the Sudanese people have been facing a destructive war launched by the rebel rapid support forces. They established alliances with tribal militias and other regional and international ones. They brought mercenaries from different corners of the globe, committing some of the most horrendous crimes against the Sudanese people. These groups have killed, looted, stolen, raped, and seized citizens' homes and properties. They have destroyed civil objects, be it public facilities, hospitals, state buildings, or government buildings. They attempted to obliterate the history of the Sudanese people by attacking museums, antiquities, by destroying land records, civil registries, and court registries. They've also looted banks private and public corporations, and released prisoners and detainees, including those who have been wanted by international justice, including terrorists. These rebel groups have committed crimes against humanity and war crimes in many corners of Sudan. They have carried out ethnic cleansing and forced displacement, as well as sexual violence and killing based on ethnicity. They are guilty of torture and many acts that amount to war crimes in Darfur, Khartoum, and other places. What was witnessed in West Darfur in Al-Junaina was a shock to international conscience. So was what happened in Tawila, Morni, Menwashe, and even in Khartoum. It was a testimony of the acts of these rebel groups and their allies. We call upon you, Mr. President, and we call upon the international community to designate these groups and their allies as terrorist groups that must be countered by all. They must be fought to protect the Sudanese people, the region, and the entire world. They are responsible for the killing of thousands and the displacement of millions.
رغم أن هذه القوات قد فعلت ما ذكرت إلا أننا منذ بداية هجومها على الدولة فرغنا كل السبل من أجل إيقاف هذه الحرب فكانت الاستجابة لكل مبادرة قدمت من الأشقاء والأصدقاء فجلسنا في جدة مبادرة كريمة من الأشقاء في المملكة العربية السعودية والولايات المتحدة الأمريكية وحققنا تقدما جيدا لولا تعنت المتمردين ورفضهم الخروج من أحياء سكنية. أيضا قبلنا مبادرة الإيجاد ومبادرة دول الجوار التي انعقدت في مصر وما زلنا حتى اليوم نمد أيادينا من أجل السلام ومن أجل إيقاف هذه الحرب ورفع المعاناة عن شعبنا. لذلك قبلنا مبادرة من الأشقاء في تركيا وجنوب السودان ويوغندا لإيجاد حلول لكن كلها صدمت برفض المتمردين للحلول السلمية وإصرارهم على تدمير الدولة وإبادة وتهجير شعبها. سيد الرئيس، هذه الحرب يصنفها البعض بأنها حرب داخلية بين طرفين مسلحين، لكن الاعتداء لم يتوقف عند القوات المسلحة بل شمل كل مكونات الدولة. المواطنين الأبرياء ليسوا جزء من القوات المسلحة. المساليد في غرب دارفور ليسوا جزء من القوات المسلحة. منازل المواطنين ليسوا جزء من القوات المسلحة. إذن هذه الحرب لا ينبغي أن تصنف بين القوات المسلحة والدعم السريع بل شملت كل مكونات الدولة. لكن يؤكد لكم أن خطرها أصبح يهدد السلم والأمن الإقليمي والدولي حيث استعان المتمردون بمجموعات خارجة عن القانون ومجموعات إرهابية من عدة دول في الإقليم والعالم مما يعتبر شرارة لانتقال الحرب إلى دول أخرى في المنطقة حول السودان، لأن التدخلات الإقليمية والدولية لمساندة هذه المجموعات أصبحت ظاهرة وواضحة، مما يعني بأن هذه أول الشرارة التي ستحرق الإقليم والمنطقة وتؤثر مباشرة على الأمن والسلم الدوليين. سيد الرئيس، حضور الكرام، اسمحوا لي أن أشكر الجهود المقدرة التي بذلتها الأمم المتحدة برعاية الأمين العام لدعم الوضع الإنساني في السودان. كذلك نقدر جهود وكالات الأمم المتحدة المختلفة والوكالات الدولية والإقليمية الأخرى وجهود الدول الشقيقة والصديقة التي بادرت في تقديم المساعدات الإنسانية والوقوف بجانب شعب السودان لتخفيف آثار هذه الحرب الإجرامية. من جانب حكومة السودان فقد تم فتح المطارات والموانئ
وتسهيل حركة وعبور وتقديم المساعدات للقوافل وتذليل الصعاب التي تواجه العمل الإنساني، حيث تم تنسيق الجهود حيث تصل المساعدات لكل المحتاجين والمتضررين. وهنا نناشد الوكالات والدول للإيفاء بتعهداتهم لسد الفجوة الكبيرة في الغذاء والدواء والإيواء لقطاعات واسعة من الشعب السوداني التي تضررت جراء هذه الحرب التي يشنها متمردي الدعم السريع بقيادة أسرة دقلو. سيد الرئيس، حضور الكرام، إننا ما زلنا عند تعهداتنا السابقة بنقل السلطة إلى الشعب السوداني بتوافق عريض وتراضي وطني تخرج بموجبه القوات المسلحة نهائيا من العمل السياسي، ويكون تداول السلطة بالطرق الشرعية والسلمية المتمثلة في الانتخابات، حيث أننا نرى أن تكون هنالك مرحلة انتقالية قصيرة تدار فيها الدولة كحكومة مدنية من المستقلين يتم خلالها معالجة الأوضاع الراهنة الأمنية والإنسانية والاقتصادية وإعادة الإعمار، تعقبها انتخابات عامة يختار من خلالها السودانيون من يحكمهم. كما نؤكد التزام الدولة بمواصلة الحوار مع الممانعين أخواننا عبد العزيز الحلو وعبد الواحد محمد نور للانضمام إلى مسيرة البناء الوطني، حيث أننا في ظل التزامنا التام باتفاقية السلام الموقعة في جوبا في العام 2020 قد قطعنا شوطا مقدرا في إحلال السلام ومعالجة جزء كبير من معضلات بناء الدولة السودانية. حضور الكرام، أؤكد التزام السودان بدعم المرأة والطفل والقطاعات الهشة لضمان تمتعهم بكافة حقوقهم وحمايتهم في ظل النزاعات القائمة. حاليا مع تجديد التزام حكومة السودان بالعمل على تحقيق أهداف التنمية المستدامة، وفي هذا الصدد فإن وقف وتجميد المساعدات الإنسانية والمساعدات الدولية الفترة الماضية قد أثر سلبا في تنفيذ تلك الأهداف، وأثر بصورة مباشرة في توسيع فجوة الحماية الاجتماعية ومجابهة التغييرات المناخية ومواجهة أزمة الغذاء وفاقم من أوضاع النازحين واللاجئين. وهنا نناشد المانحين ووكالات الإغاثة المختلفة بالاستمرار في دعم ومعالجة الأوضاع الإنسانية في السودان وتقديم المساعدة للمحتاجين من النازحين واللاجئين. قبل أن أختم، أجدد التأكيد بالمطالبة بتصنيف مجموعات الدعم السريع المتمردة والميليشيات المتحالفة معها كمجموعات إرهابية ارتكبت كل الجرائم التي تضعها في هذا التصنيف، وضرورة التعامل الحاسم مع من يدعمها كالقتل والحرق والاغتصاب والتهجير القسري والنهب والسرقة والتعذيب ونقل الأسلحة والمخدرات واستجلاب المرتزقة وتجنيد الأطفال، جرائم تستوجب المحاسبة والعقاب. كما أؤكد أن مؤسسات الدولة الشرعية القائمة من حكومة وقوات مسلحة وأجهزة أخرى لن تسمح بانتهاك سيادة الدولة أو النيل من كرامتها أو النيل من كرامة شعبها مهما كانت الكلفة. هنا لا بد أن أذكر وأذكر منظماتنا الإقليمية بأن تتحرر من الوصاية وتنظر إلى مصلحة الشعوب الأفريقية حتى تستعيد ثقة الأفارقة، والحلول لمشاكلنا لن نستجدي من أجلها أحد يشاركنا في حلها حسب مصالحه أو مصالح بلده. سيد الرئيس، حضور الكريم، ختاما لك الشكر، وأشكر أيضا معالي الأمين العام لتفهمهم لأوضاعنا الداخلية
Excellency the
والوقوف
Secretary General
بجانب الشعب
for
السوداني
understanding our
ودعمه
internal
المستمر
and
كما
domestic
أشكر
issues and
دول
for
جوار
standing
السودان
by the people of Sudan. I would also
وأشقائه
like to
وأصدقائه
thank
الذين
our
وقفوا
neighbors and
إلى
our
جانبه
brothers and sisters
كذلك
and friends
الشكر
who have
لمنظماتنا
stood
الإقليمية وشعب
beside
السودان
us. We'd also like to
يتقدم
thank the
لكم
regional
جميعا بالشكر
organizations.
على
We thank you
مساندته
all for your
لتجاوز هذه المحنة
support
والهجمة
to
البربرية
surmount this
التي
crisis
تعرض
and
لها
this
من
barbaric
مجرمي الدعم
attack
السريع الإرهابيين.
launched
كما
by
أنتهز هذه
the
السانحة
criminals of the RSF.
لأعرب
I would like to
عن
seize
تضامن
this
الشعب
opportunity
السوداني
to express
مع
our
أشقائه في
solidarity
المغرب
with our brothers
وفي
in
ليبيا
Morocco and
لما أصابهم
Libya
من كوارث مؤخرا.
following
لابد لي أن
the
أشكر
disasters they
جموع
have
الشعب
been
السوداني
facing. I'd
التي
also like
وقفت
to thank all
وساندت
the people of
وتحملت
Sudan who have
طيلة
stood
الأشهر الماضية
by
كل تلك
us,
التضحيات
supported us, and
لتخليصها
bore
من
with
قدر
us
المجموعات
over the past
الإرهابية
few
المتمردة.
months, all these
أشكر لكم
sufferings
جميعا
to get rid
حسن
of these
استماعكم.
rebel terrorist
السلام
groups.
عليكم
Thank
ورحمة
you for your
الله
attention, and
وبركاته.
peace and blessings of God be upon you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Transitional Sovereign Council of the Republic of Sudan for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will continue with its consideration of Agenda Item 8 entitled General Debate. The Assembly will hear an address from His Excellency Han Zheng, Vice President of the People's Republic of China. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. I have great pleasure in welcoming His Excellency Han Zheng, Vice President of the People's Republic of China, and I invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, colleagues, at present, the international security situation is grim. Economic recovery lacks momentum, and the gap in development is widening. Natural disasters and extreme weather patterns are increasing. The global order faces multiple challenges. Facing profound changes in the world, in our times, and in history, Chinese President Xi Jinping made a major call of building a community with a shared future for mankind. And he called on the international community to jointly build a world with lasting peace, universal security, and common prosperity, a world that is open, inclusive, clean, and beautiful. Since then, President Xi Jinping has proposed the Global Development Initiative, the Global Security Initiative, and the Global Civilization Initiative. These initiatives have enriched the vision of building a community with a shared future for mankind and set out a pathway toward realizing this goal. More and more countries have realized that they all share a huge stake of common survival and that unity and cooperation is the right way to take. Mr. President, colleagues, the historical trend of peace, development, and win-win cooperation is unstoppable. With this in mind, I call for taking steps in the following 4 areas. First, we should uphold equity and justice and safeguard peace and security. The security of all countries is interconnected. Indeed, the security of one country has an impact on that of other countries. It is important to follow the vision of common, comprehensive, cooperative, and sustainable security, and embark on a path to security featuring dialogue over confrontation, partnership over alliance, and win-win outcomes over a zero-sum game. We should address the legitimate security concerns of all countries and resolve differences and disputes in a peaceful way through dialogue and consultation. Communication and dialogue is an important way to achieve international security cooperation, and parties to a conflict or confrontation should never forget this. Cessation of hostilities and resumption of peace talk is the only way to settle the Ukraine crisis. China supports all efforts that are conducive to the peaceful resolution of the Ukraine crisis and stands ready to continue playing a constructive role for the early attainment of peace. The Palestinian issue is at the core of the Middle East issue. The fundamental way out lies in the two-state solution. China will continue to support the Palestinian people in pursuing the just cause of restoring their lawful national rights. We should respect the sovereignty and territorial integrity of all countries and observe the purposes and principles of the UN Charter. China opposes hegemonism, power politics, unilateralism, and Cold War mentality. A small number of countries have arbitrarily imposed illegal and unilateral sanctions, severely undermining the harmony and stability of international relations. The international community should jointly resist such acts. China firmly supports the Cuban people in their just struggle to defend their sovereignty and oppose external interference and blockade. We appreciate Cuba's efforts to fight terrorism. We should maintain security in both traditional and non-traditional domains. Nuclear war must not be fought, and nuclear weapons must not be used. China is the only country among the 5 permanent members of the Security Council that has pledged no first use of nuclear weapons. China attaches great importance to conventional arms control and will soon complete its ratification of the UN Firearms Protocol. China will carry out demining cooperation in ASEAN countries in the next 3 years to help them eliminate this hazard at an early date. China supports the UN with full respect for the governance principles and practices of all countries. In serving as the main channel in creating a widely accepted AI governance framework, standards, and norms. Second, we should pursue mutual benefit, deliver win-win outcomes, and achieve development for all. Development should be placed at the center of the international agenda, and development benefit should reach every country and individual in a fairer way. China will continue to contribute to building a global community of development. This year marks the 10th anniversary of the Belt and Road Initiative put forward by China. More than 3,000 cooperation projects have been launched under the framework of this initiative. The China-Europe Railway Express had 16,000 freight services in 2022, which fully demonstrates the vitality of the Belt and Road Initiative. Next month, China will host the 3rd Belt and Road Forum for International Cooperation. We will further advance both Belt and Road cooperation and the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. We should fully and effectively implement the Paris Agreement. Developed countries should do more to reduce emissions and provide developing countries with financing, technology, and capacity-building support. China will continue to pursue ecological conservation on a priority basis, advance green and low-carbon development, stop building any new coal-fired power projects abroad, vigorously support other developing countries in developing green and low-carbon energy, and help them build more green energy projects. China will continue to actively respond to climate change. Third, we should stay open and inclusive and advance human civilization. Diversity of civilizations is an invaluable asset for human development. Indeed, diversity is a defining feature of human civilization. Different countries and civilizations should prosper together by respecting each other, advance together by drawing on each other's strength, and seek win-win outcomes by pursuing common ground while setting aside differences. Promoting and protecting human rights is a cause pursued by all countries, and ensuring a good life for people is the biggest human right. As countries have different histories, traditions, and conditions, We must and can only explore a path of human rights development suited to our national conditions in response to the needs of our people. We should advance the international human rights cause through dialogue and cooperation and oppose politicization and double standard. In particular, the use of human rights and democracy as a political tool to interfere in the affairs of other countries. Fourth, we should stay true to multilateralism and improve global governance. China is firm in supporting the international system with the UN at its core. The UN should make advances in all the three pillar areas of security, development, and human rights in a balanced manner, and see that all countries jointly safeguard universal security, share development achievements, and chart the course for the future of the world. Major countries should lead by example and deliver on their commitment to multilateralism. Next year, the UN will hold the Summit of the Future. The international community should follow the direction of a multipolar world and democracy in international relations. Use this occasion to promote reform in such areas as peace and security, economy, finance, and trade in a coordinated manner. Increase the representation and say of developing countries and make global governance more just and equitable. Mr. President, colleagues, last October, the Communist Party of China convened its 20th National Congress, during which an inspiring blueprint was drawn for achieving the great rejuvenation of the Chinese nation on all fronts by pursuing Chinese modernization. Chinese modernization involves a huge population. It aims to deliver prosperity for all Chinese people, promote material and cultural ethical advancement, and achieve harmony between humanity and nature and peaceful development. By pursuing Chinese modernization, we will boost world peace and development and make new and greater contributions to the advancement of human civilization. China stays committed to opening itself wider to the world. Today, the Chinese economy is already an integral part of the global economy. We will continue to expand opening up in a systemic way, promote trade and investment liberalization and facilitation, open the market further to foreign investment, and protect the lawful rights and interests of foreign investors. We will continue to add new momentum to global economic development, and we welcome all countries to share in the opportunities and benefits created by China's development. China stays committed to an independent foreign policy. Independence is the defining feature of China's diplomacy, and defiance of hegemony is a distinctive feature of China's diplomacy. No matter what stage of development it reaches, China will never practice hegemony and expansion. China will uphold the common values of humanity, that is, peace, development, equity, justice, democracy, and freedom, and continue to advance peaceful, open, cooperative, and common development. China stays committed to safeguarding its sovereignty and territorial integrity. There is but one China in the world. The government of the People's Republic of China is the sole legal government representing the whole of China. And Taiwan has been an inalienable part of China's territory since ancient times. No one, no force should ever underestimate the firm resolve, strong will, and the power of the Chinese people to safeguard their sovereignty and territorial integrity. Realizing China's complete reunification is a shared aspiration of all the sons and daughters of the Chinese nation. We will continue to strive for peaceful reunification with the greatest sincerity and the utmost effort. China will remain a member of the big family of developing countries. As the largest developing country, China is a natural member of the global South. It breathes the same breath with other developing countries and shares the same future with them. China is firm in upholding the legitimate rights and interests of developing countries. It supports and respects their efforts to independently decide on their development paths in keeping with their national conditions. Mr. President, colleagues, China will work unremittingly to promote the building of a community with a shared future for mankind, to fulfill the mission of a major country and responsibility for the future of humanity. China will work with all other peace-loving countries committed to development to deliver a brighter future for the world. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Vice President of the People's Republic of China for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Tiamoko Mele Kun, Vice President of the Republic of Cote d'Ivoire. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. I have great pleasure in welcoming His Excellency Tiamoko Mele Kun, Vice President of the Republic of Cote d'Ivoire, and I invite him to address the Assembly.
Excellency, Mr. President of the 78th session of the United Nations General Assembly, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, heads of state and government, Excellency, Mr. Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, honorable delegates, Mr. President, it is an honor to represent at this tribune the President of the Republic of Cote d'Ivoire, His Excellency Alassane Ouattara. I wish to convey to you President Ouattara's warm congratulations and words of welcome which I associate myself with. I wish also on behalf of the President, Mr. Ouattara, to convey our warm congratulations to you, Mr. President of the 78th session of the General Assembly of the United Nations. Congratulations not just on your election, but also for, I wish to commend you for the effective stewardship of our work. I wish to thank the Secretary General once again and wish to assure him of our full support for his various initiatives which are geared towards making the United Nations more than ever before a center for the harmonization of the efforts of nations. Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, this session is being held in a context of tremendous uncertainty for our planet and for our states, which have been encountering large-scale crises. This situation has been significantly impeding the implementation of Agenda 2030 for sustainable development and has also constrained our ability to collectively surmount these challenges. As we take stock of the situation, it is our duty to be clear-eyed, to recognize the fact that the anticipated resources for the financing of this important agenda are lacking. They are lacking specifically for developing countries. Given this observation, there's a need for us to move quickly, to stand in solidarity. We must ensure that the financing for the Sustainable Development Goals is both lasting and predictable. The noble ambition of Agenda 2030 cannot continue to hinge on security expenditures, which continue to increase with each passing year throughout the world. For this reason, my delegation applauds the very relevant theme of this 78th session, a theme which invites us to engage further, to step up our efforts to achieve the SDGs. To that end, we must promptly reduce the cost of conflicts which thwart our country's development. To do so, we must embrace conflict prevention and peaceful resolution mechanisms. At the same time, our governments must step up and enhance the resilience of our economies to ensure that the economies can contribute to the financing of the SDGs. To that end, Cote d'Ivoire welcomes with particular interest the Secretary General's proposal of a new agenda for peace, the purpose of which is to rethink our priorities for the preservation and enhancement of our collective security. Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for the international community to mobilize, to act, so that the parties to the conflict in Ukraine and all of their external partners engage on the path to a peaceful resolution to this war, beyond the risk of escalating violence and human rights violations. This conflict fuels global inflation. This conflict has resulted in shortages in essential food products and has threatened to plunge millions of people into hunger. Given its scope and its consequences, the financial flows that this war has mobilized, in light of all of this, the war in Ukraine has certainly undermined the financing of Agenda 2030. My country also calls upon the international community to engage alongside Africa as we fight armed terrorist groups which destabilize entire sectors of the continent, from the Sahel to the Horn of Africa. The fight against terrorism is costly for African countries, particularly for Cote d'Ivoire. Cote d'Ivoire has been hosting thousands of refugees from neighboring crisis-ridden countries. There are significant financial resources that are needed but lacking to finance the priorities, expenditures, as well as the SDGs. Everywhere they have entrenched themselves, armed terrorist groups have been annihilating decades of progress. Progress in key sectors such as education, healthcare, culture, and employment has been reversed. They have denied women and minorities their basic rights. They reject the very idea of freedom and democracy. That having been said, and in view of this, my country invites the United Nations and ECOWAS, the Economic Community of West African States, to consider financing modalities for the counterterrorism priority actions. These were adopted by ECOWAS in 2019, and the implementation of this has been delayed. Cote d'Ivoire has been seeing to the effective operations of the Jacquesville International Academy for Counterterrorism. This academy was established with the support of both bilateral and multilateral partners, and the academy also currently enjoys a stellar reputation. Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, climate change persists as a challenge and has significantly impacted economies and our ability to tackle the challenge of development financing. Developing countries such as Cote d'Ivoire have contributed marginally to climate change, and yet we are disproportionately affected, and we pay the highest price. We are an agricultural country, and my country has an ambition to step up the fight against the consequences of climate change in order to boost the resilience of our population. First and foremost, the aim is to improve sustainable management of natural resources and biodiversity, and subsequently, we aim to cultivate in our population a civic awareness for the preservation of the environment and the advancement of sustainable development. To that end, we urge partners who have adopted a commitment alongside us during COP15, organized in Abidjan in May 2023, to pursue their support for the implementation of the Abidjan Initiative, which is also called the Abidjan Legacy Program. This hallmark initiative for land restoration, for the preservation of the biodiversity, and for the development of responsible agriculture is an opportunity for both current and future generations. In light of current challenges, bilateral and multilateral partners need to meet their financial commitments under the Paris Climate Agreement. They should thereby facilitate the entry into force of the Loss and Damage Fund, which was established during COP27 in Egypt. Cote d'Ivoire welcomes the success of the African Summit on Climate, held in Nairobi on the 5th to the 6th of September 2023. And we applaud the exceptional mobilization of Africa to have our voice heard during the forthcoming COP28 in Dubai. I wish to take this opportunity to invite the international community to support the Nairobi climate recommendations, specifically with respect to enhancement production capacity for renewable energies in Africa. The proliferation and succession of violent climate events have been observed in recent years, and this has resulted in widespread, significant material damage and tragic human casualties and costs. These ravages are a consequence of our climate inaction, and it wipes out progress achieved in the area of the SDGs, specifically for the most vulnerable countries, the countries most vulnerable to climate change. This reflects just how much the fight against climate change will require greater solidarity, as well as resources dedicated to the financing of the SDGs, and will also require that both our economies and our societies adapt. Mr. President, the COVID-19 pandemic has revealed the fragility of our health systems and has, among other things, slowed down the pace of economic growth in Africa. COVID-19 has also served as a reminder of the importance of forging meaningful international solidarity to tackle the multifaceted threats which humanity continues to face. The repercussions of COVID-19 continue to loom over our economies and affect our capability to address urgent social demands. We must draw lessons from the threat that can once again imperil the entire world. For this reason, my delegation welcomes the conduct during this session of high-level meetings on pandemic prevention, preparation, and response, as well as on the fight against tuberculosis, as well as on universal health coverage. Turning to universal health coverage, I wish to recall the fact that my country has adopted a regime entitled Universal Health Coverage. This entered into force in October 2019. I hope that the sharing of experience during this session will offer an opportunity for our health coverage systems to be
enhanced. Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, under the aegis of the President of the Republic, Cote d'Ivoire has been shoring up our democratic progress. This has been attested to recently by the smooth conduct of recent municipal, regional, and senatorial elections, which we organized respectively on the 2nd and 16th of September 2023. These elections saw large turnout with all political parties participating. They were carried out in a transparent and calm way, thereby demonstrating the political maturity of the people of Cote d'Ivoire. Stability, peace, and democracy which reign in Cote d'Ivoire have allowed the President of Cote d'Ivoire, His Excellency Mr. Ouattara, to pursue his efforts towards the transformation and modernization of his country. There has been remarkable progress achieved by Cote d'Ivoire in all sectors. This has fostered significant headway in the achievement of the SDGs. The solidity of the Ivorian economy has helped to significantly reduce poverty rates, which are presently at approximately 36.5% as compared to 56% in 2011. These rates should continue to move downwards and drop to 20% by 2030. At the same time, since 2015, there has been an ambitious program in place of productive social networks to assist the most vulnerable households. In the same vein, the government adopted an ambitious social program, the PSGov. This program helps to counter social fragility. The policy of the government and successive national development plans have helped to improve progress towards the SDGs in Cote d'Ivoire. However, this social progress has been undermined by large refugee flows from neighboring countries stricken by terrorism. Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, we have all arrived at the same conclusion. Our states are far from being in a position to achieve the SDGs by 2030. The financing of our development agenda reflects the urgent need for a multilateral approach. Multilateralism to tackle current global challenges. And there is also a need for us to consider the need to reform global governance at all levels and to restore the meaning of solidarity among nations, a principle dear to His Excellency President Ouattara, which we were also invited to embrace by the Secretary General, Mr. Antonio Guterres, in his opening statement for this session. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Vice President of the Republic of Ivory Coast for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by Her Excellency Jessica Alupo, Vice President of the Republic of Uganda, and I request protocol to escort Her Excellency. And I invite Her Excellency to address the Assembly.
Your Excellency, the President of the UN General Assembly, Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, Secretary General of the United Nations, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. President, I congratulate you on your election as President of the 78th session of the UN General Assembly and assure you of Uganda's full support. I would like to thank His Excellency Mr. Saba Kososi, for his stewardship of the 77th session, and I pay tribute to the Secretary General, His Excellency Antonio Guterres, for his leadership and commitment to the work of the United Nations. Mr. President, as we mark 78 years of existence of the United Nations, we yearn for a revitalized organization capable of addressing current emerging global challenges. We believe that multilateralism remains a fundamental and crucial mechanism for addressing our common challenges together as nations in solidarity. We pledge to work together with the entire membership of the United Nations towards making our organization fit for purpose and relevant for our times. In this regard, Uganda remains committed to the reform of the United Nations Security Council to make it more representative and to address the historical injustices committed against the people of Africa as spelled out by the Common African Position and enshrined in the Eswatini Consensus and the Sate Declaration. Mr. President, Uganda acknowledges that timely and full implementation of the SDG 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development is crucial for the achievement of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. In this regard, the government has continued to take bold actions to accelerate the implementation of the 2030 Agenda nationally. Notable actions include the operationalization of voluntary local reviews and institution of the National Sustainable Development Goals Conference held annually with the participation of all stakeholders to discuss the process so far achieved and agree on the actions to ensure full compliance. Nationally, we continue to register steady progress in the implementation of the 2030 Agenda, whose progress shall be contained in the third Voluntary National Review Report to be presented during the High-Level Political Forum under the auspices of the UN Economic and Social Council in July 2024. Mr. President, peace and security is fundamental and crucial in achieving sustainable development. Therefore, we need to reflect on the original purposes of the United Nations and the work to resolve man-made conflicts and global insecurity through cooperation, diplomacy, and peaceful means. In this regard, Uganda has continued to work with partners to support and advance peace, stability, and security initiatives in the region and beyond, so as to eliminate terrorism, mistrust, and other conditions that undermine development. We remain actively involved in the regional initiatives, particularly those under the African Union, the Intergovernmental Authority on Development, the East African Community, and the International Conference on the Great Lakes region. Our involvement is based on the fundamental values of multilateralism. As the international community, we must be steadfast in our resolve to support dialogue and the peaceful resolution of conflicts whenever they occur around us and anywhere else in the world. Mr. President, Uganda has been at the forefront of receiving large numbers of refugees from within the region and ranks as one of the top refugee hosting countries. Uganda extends her gratitude to the UN member states and other development partners for the support and assistance rendered to the country and refugees respectively. We are working closely with the UN and partners to address the root cause of displacements. Uganda remains committed to shoulder its responsibilities and obligations in addressing the plight of refugees as a pioneer of the progressive refugee policy outlined in the Comprehensive Refugee Response Framework. As one of the co-conveners of the Global Refugee Forum, we commend all the states and other actors for their sustained commitment over the last 3 years, and we call upon member states and stakeholders to continue their commitment to pledge towards initiatives that advance the principle of burden and responsibility sharing, central to the compact during the forthcoming Global Refugee Forum. Mr. President, the Constitution of Uganda provides for the protection of the rights and freedoms of all Ugandans, as well as for the promotion of culture. Uganda has institutional safeguards which address grievances of human rights abuses. Objective 24 of the Constitution states that cultural and customary values are consistent with the fundamental human rights and freedoms, human dignity, and democracy. Our approach to human rights is to respect other people's values, and as we expect others to respect our values, which are deep-rooted in our culture. We therefore call for mutual respect of sovereignty. We believe that human rights considerations, especially in the face of varying cultural values, should not become the moderating factor in our long-term relationship with our development partners, with whom we will continue to engage in a proactive manner. Mr. President, regarding the culture equality, over 34.9% of the parliamentary and executive seats in Uganda are composed of women. On economic empowerment, Uganda has embarked on poverty alleviation programs which target women and youth participation in the economy. We are currently promoting value addition, value chain, and public procurement from the various Uganda Women Entrepreneurship programs. With the creation of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, women will participate in cross-border trade within the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. However, work still needs to be done in Uganda to achieve full gender equality. Mr. President, climate change continues to undermine the ability of all nations to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. Globally, we continue to witness climate and weather extremes causing considerable loss of lives and property. We remain concerned that countries that are less contributors to the global greenhouse gases continue to be disproportionately affected by the impacts of climate change. In this regard, Mr. President, my country extends its sincere condolences to the people of Morocco following the devastating 6.8 magnitude earthquake, which claimed more than 800 lives, and the people of Libya following the aftermath of Storm Daniel that resulted in the unprecedented flooding and loss of lives. To address the adverse impacts of climate change, Uganda continues to take bold climate adaptation and mitigation measures that include increasing access to affordable, reliable, sustainable, and modern energy to enhance production and value addition, increasing forest and wetland cover, and championing the operationalization of climate-smart agriculture, among others. In line with our ambitions updated nationally, determined contributions. However, we note that the lack of sufficient means of implementation continues to undermine our efforts to adequately address the impacts of climate change. We thus reiterate our call to the developed country parties in line with the Paris Agreement to fulfill their commitment of providing the US $100 billion annually to developing countries parties through 2025 to assist with respect to both mitigation and adaptation. Mr. President, we remain deeply concerned about the increasing trend in biodiversity laws. We believe that the full and timely implementation of the decisions adopted at the 15th meeting of the Conference of Parties to the Convention on Biological Diversity are fundamental to effectively address biodiversity laws. In this context, Government of Uganda has continued to take bold actions to address biodiversity laws. These actions include, among others, complete restoration of all degraded wetlands, reforestation, as well as prosecution of all those involved in illegal activities that undermine the preservation of flora and fauna. Our view, Mr. President, is that conservation and sustainable use of biodiversity remains a commitment for all nations and humankind. We therefore urge the international community to provide developing countries with sufficient means of implementation in terms of financing, capacity building, and technological transfer to support their efforts to address the challenges of biodiversity loss. Mr. President, developing countries continue to face unprecedented financing challenges which undermine their ability to achieve sustainable development. We believe that urgent need to reform the international financing architecture is fundamental and crucial in addressing these challenges. These reforms must be substantial to ensure that developing countries are well represented to effectively and efficiently participate in the decision-making of these international financial institutions. Our view is that these international financial institutions should support developing countries in their development efforts in accordance with their national policies and legal frameworks. Mr. President, the COVID-19 pandemic presented a multitude of challenges to global health systems and essential health services. This crisis not only reversed hard-fought health gains, but has also inflicted severe economic hardships, especially in developing countries like Uganda. We have witnessed widespread job losses, disruptions in supply chains, decreased foreign investments, and increased poverty rates. These economic setbacks further exacerbate the already existing challenges towards meeting the 2030 agenda. In Uganda, for instance, despite earlier progress, access to universal health care today stands at 65%, which is well short of the SDG target of 100%. The crisis, while daunting, also presents opportunities for us to rethink and reinforce our commitment to health care and the Sustainable Development Goals. Despite the challenges, I am happy to report that Uganda has registered positive achievements in some effective disease control measures, as demonstrated by its swift and successful response to the Ebola outbreak. Through diligent efforts and the collaboration of healthcare professionals and the government, Uganda declared the end of the Ebola outbreak caused by Sudan Ebola virus on 11th January 2023, just 4 months after the first case was confirmed in September 2022. This accomplishment underscores the importance of surveillance, contact tracing, and infection prevention and control in swiftly mitigating public health crises. By working together and capitalizing on expertise and infrastructure development in these areas, we can collectively contribute to a healthier, more resilient world. Mr. President, the non-aligned movement remains a key player in handling current and emerging global challenges within the United Nations. The movement remains relevant in serving the interests of its member states in line with its founding principles and purposes. In this regard, Uganda, as the incoming chair of NAM, will closely work with other NAM countries to further strengthen the tenets and values of the organization and the important role that the movement plays within the United Nations and other international fora. As host of the 19th NAM Summit, we look forward to welcoming the NAM heads of state and government to Kampala, Uganda, from 19th to 20th January 2024. Finally, Mr. President, the South-South cooperation remains a strong element of international cooperation within the countries of the Global South, which must be enhanced. We continue to witness the solidarity exhibited by countries in the Global South to extend support to their global counterparts to address the multiple challenges. We therefore commend these countries for the solidarity. Uganda will continue to support the strengthening of the South-South cooperation and triangular cooperation, as well as North-South cooperation with the United Nations. As the third South Summit host, we look forward to welcoming the leaders of G77 plus China to Kampala, Uganda, from 21st to 23rd January 2024. I thank you for your kind attention.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Vice President of the Republic of Uganda for the statement just made, and I request the protocol to escort Her Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Mohamed Jallow, Vice President of the Republic of the Gambia. I request the protocol to escort His Excellency. I have great pleasure in welcoming His Excellency Mohamed Jallow, Vice President of the Republic of the Gambia, and I invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, Ambassador Denis Francis, the Secretary General, Mr. Antonio Guterres, Your Majesties, Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, Heads of Delegation, ladies and gentlemen, I bring you warm greetings and goodwill message of peace, progress, and stability from His Excellency, President Adama Barrow, and the government and people of the Gambia, Africa's smiling coast. Mr. President, we congratulate you on your election as President of the 78th session of the General Assembly, and thank your predecessor, His Excellency Mr. Zaba Korosi, for his sterling leadership during the 77th session. We also express our gratitude to Excellency Mr. Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of our organization, for his hands-on leadership during these hairy and turbulent times the world over. Mr. President, the world is facing numerous crises and a multiplicity of daunting challenges that raise serious questions about the readiness and viability of our multilateral institutions and arrangements in the event of another crisis or pandemic. The priorities of our times urgently warrant our collective attention and action. We must therefore undertake major reforms and organize our institutions better to make them fit for purpose. Achieving this has to begin with renewing our faith in both the Charter of the United Nations and inclusive multilateralism. For these reasons, we believe that the theme for this session, Rebuilding Trust and Igniting Global Solidarity, Accelerating Action on the 2030 Agenda and its Sustainable Development Goals towards peace, prosperity, progress, and sustainability for all, mirrors the Gambia's national ethos of peace, progress, and prosperity. Our world is in dire need of rebuilding that lost trust, and our multilateral institutions must assist in regaining it by first reforming and retooling ourselves. From underdevelopment to climate change, unsustainable debts to cost of living crisis, and conflicts to marginalization, we need to cooperate better and share the burden of solutions equitably through greater partnerships and solidarity. Mr. President, we have 7 more years before the decade of action ends, yet the story on our global attainment of the Sustainable Development Goals is not very positive. It is a story of unfulfilled commitments, weak international cooperation, and lack of genuine global solidarity. It is a story that is all too common when it comes to implementing global commitments. Consequently, we must recognize these global challenges and redouble our efforts by recommitting ourselves to the attainment of the SDGs in the Global South. If we remain on our current trajectory without effecting corrective action, the world's most vulnerable peoples will be left behind, and much further we can even fathom. As LDCs, we call for the steadfast implementation of the new Doha Program of Action so that it will not be another lost decade of unfulfilled commitments. Mr. President, in view of the current harsh economic realities across the Global South, many developing countries are contending with unsustainable debt burdens that are compromising their ability to dig themselves out of poverty. In the quest for post-pandemic recovery, debt servicing is severely shrinking our economies, especially in the least developed countries. It is essential to find ways to address this burden urgently, as most of our countries run the risk of being left behind. Our goal is to recover by building back our economies much better and faster, and to create the policy space that would once again generate growth. With a deep sense of urgency, the international community should step up its efforts through new and existing initiatives towards finding durable solutions to the debt problem. In sum, we must get back on track to attaining the SDGs. Mr. President, the issue of debt relief for LDCs is linked to the necessity for greater reform of the international financial institutions and their decision-making mechanisms, particularly those relating to development finance and debt. We join other developing countries in calling for reforms that ensure our greater participation and a stronger voice in decision-making. Also, we would like to see mechanisms developed that adequately mainstream our concerns and interests in decisions that affect us. In this context, we strongly welcome the recent designation of a permanent seat for the African Union at the G20 group. This will immensely amplify Africa's voice and participation in global geopolitical and development issues that concern the well-being of its people. Mr. President, one of the important global issues affecting Africa is negatively disproportionate waste in climate change. Africa is paying a very heavy price for global warming, even though it is the least contributor to climate change. Cataclysmic weather events that currently impact our world clearly make it imperative and urgent to undertake collective action to tackle climate change for a more livable world. The world is neither short of climate action commitments nor the financial resources to match our ambition, but we are short of the genuine political will to act decisively. When shall we meet the $100 billion annual commitment to combat the phenomenon? Shall we ever agree on the modalities for the loss of damage fund at COP28? These are important questions to ask, considering the prevailing mistrust that continues to characterize the global dialogue on climate change and climate action. We have to act soonest and rebuild trust in our collective fight against global warming. In the Gambia, through our nationally determined contribution under the Paris Agreement, we are acting through various initiatives and projects to combat climate change. We call on member states and the international community to fulfill their commitments towards Mother Earth with a greater sense of urgency. Mr. President, on behalf of the people of the Gambia, I extend our heartfelt condolences and deepest sympathies to the Kingdom of Morocco in the wake of the recent earthquake that have struck their nation. Our thoughts are with the affected communities as they recover from these tragic events. Additionally, we sympathize with all countries that have recently endured the devastating consequences of deadly floods, wildfires, and other natural disasters exacerbated by the effects of climate change. These events serve as a stark reminder of the urgent need for collective action to address the challenges posed by our changing climate. The Gambia reaffirms its commitment to working together with the international community to mitigate and adapt to climate change. Mr. President, our world is also facing a lot of challenges relating to maintenance of international peace and security. In Africa, we continue to face the threat of terrorism, piracy, the emergence of unconstitutional change of governments, civil strife, and armed conflicts across the Sahel and the Horn of Africa. The scenario is similar across parts of the Middle East. The ongoing Russia-Ukraine conflict is another matter of serious geopolitical concern in view of its wider global impact. The institutional failures, human suffering, and huge number of lives lost should serve as a wake-up call for all member states. It is an understatement to state that the institutions, mechanisms, and processes we have created in the aftermath of World War II are inadequate, with reference to preventing the scourge of war. It is thus pressing to revisit our responses to conflicts and devise new and effective arrangements for conflict resolution and management. Today, we are hamstrung by the weaknesses of our institutions and arrangements, largely exacerbated by mistrust and lack of true international solidarity. In the face of the ongoing conflict between Russia and Ukraine, we call on the warring parties to give peace a chance. We further call on them to respect the sanctity of human life. It is only through negotiation and political dialogue that such conflicts can end. We also call on our brothers and sisters in the Sahel and the Horn of Africa to choose peace over armed conflict. Mr. President, since our political transition in 2017, the Gambia has committed itself to the consolidation of democracy, human rights, and the rule of law. Good governance, accountability, and institutional reforms are progressively taking root in our society. Sustaining and building the peace that we have so heavily invested in will remain a priority for the government. We have also instituted transitional justice mechanisms that have yielded substantial results, and we are fully committed to implementing the recommendations of the Truth, Reconciliation, and Reparation Commissions set up in 2018. Mr. President, West Africa is facing serious challenges in connection with development, democratic governance, the rule of law, peace, and security. As we grapple with these regional challenges, let me assure you that in the Gambia, we are truly committed to nurturing our young democracy, institutional building, protecting and promoting fundamental rights and freedoms, as well as women and youth empowerment. We are now enjoying the dividends of democracy, and we believe it is the best form of governance for our people. Furthermore, in our quest to inclusively deliver the dividends of democracy and build a more secure and prosperous Gambia, the government recently developed a new Green-Focused Recovery National Development Plan 2023-2027 as successor to the 2018-2021 National Development Plan. While appreciating the support and partnership received during implementation of the NDP, the Gambia solicits the continued support and partnership of all our friends, partners, and the international community to successfully implement its new development master plan. Mr. President, the pursuit of peace around the world is one of the central pillars of the United Nations work. Adaptability of the organization to resolve ongoing, new, or emerging peace and security challenges is worthy of sober reflection. Peacekeeping missions in situations where terrorism, violent extremism, or gang violence is endemic demand serious dialogue within the organization. No society should be held hostage because our institutional arrangements are ineffectively suited for action in such situations. Traditional peacekeeping has worked in a lot of situations, but it has come under enormous pressure in recent times. Such difficult experiences as exemplified in some peacekeeping missions in Africa flagged the wisdom for reform. As a demonstration of our commitment to peacekeeping undertakings, in support of the Secretary General's action for peacekeeping, we have agreed with Bangladesh, through the support of the Secretariat, to jointly deploy a battalion in a suitable peacekeeping mission. This is an innovative arrangement where our two countries will collaborate to advance peace. Mr. President, allow me to share some thoughts on topical international political developments and situations that require our attention. The maltreatment of migrants around the world is a matter of serious concern to my delegation. Migrants are human beings with human rights, and they deserve to be treated humanely. We are appalled by the cruel and degrading treatment meted out to migrants at certain borders in Africa and beyond. We call on the United Nations to investigate these incidents and crimes committed against migrants with a view to protecting them and their families. Criminalizing migration or treating migrants as criminals is unacceptable. Let us open legal pathways for migration and the regularization of the status of migrants in line with our international commitments, including those under the Global Compact on Safe, Orderly, and Regular Migration. Mr. President, the Israeli-Palestinian conflict has been going on for too long. The conflict requires a lasting solution. Settlement activities need to stop. We express serious concern over the ongoing loss of life and injuries suffered by Palestinians in the region. Mr. President, allow me to commend the Kingdom of Morocco once again for the efforts they continue to undertake towards the resolution of the dispute in the Moroccan Sahara. The Gambia reaffirms its strong support for the Moroccan Autonomy Initiative, which we believe serves as a serious, credible, realistic compromise solution that could resolve the dispute as affirmed in relevant UN resolutions. Mr. President, our bilateral relationship with the People's Republic of China is founded on the principle of peaceful coexistence, mutual respect, and a commitment to mutually beneficial development. We therefore strongly endorse the One China policy. Mr. President, allow me to highlight that reform of the United Nations, especially that of the Security Council, is long overdue. Africa's marginalization and underrepresentation in the membership of the Council calls for corrective measures. After more than 75 years of existence, this body deserves urgent reforms to regain the world's trust. In furtherance of this call, my delegation strongly supports the common African position on this important issue. Mr. President, in conclusion, rebuilding trust across the wide spectrum of issues that I have raised is a matter of topmost priority. The urgency of rebuilding trust in our multilateral institutions across the globe is glaringly evident. To avoid exclusion of the most vulnerable members in this decade of action, the Gambia calls for greater international cooperation and renewed solidarity. We call on all to make huge difference if we commit to rekindle global solidarity through these critical times. Concerted global action, sustained international solidarity, and increased partnerships are the antidote for our current global challenges. I thank you for your attention.
Assembly, I wish to thank the Vice President of the Republic of the Gambia for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Theodore Ngema Obiang Mage, the Vice President in charge of National Defense and Security of the Republic of Equatorial Guinea. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. I have great honor in welcoming His Excellency Theodore Ngema Obiang, Vice President in charge of National Defense and Security of the Republic of Equatorial Guinea, and I invite him to address the Assembly.
Excelentísimo señor Presidente del 78º periodo ordinario de sesiones de la Asamblea General de las Naciones Unidas. Sus Excelencias, Jefes de Estado y de Gobierno, y jefes de delegaciones.
and government and heads of delegations.
Excelentísimo señor secretario general,
Your Excellency, distinguished
distinguidos
Secretary
delegados,
General,
señoras y
distinguished
señores,
delegates, ladies and gentlemen,
en nombre y representación de su excelencia Obiang
on behalf
Sogo,
of His Excellency
presidente de la
Obiang
República de
Basogo,
Guinea Ecuatorial,
President of the Republic of
sean
Equatorial
mis
Guinea,
primeras palabras
I should like
para
to begin
felicitar
by
al
congratulating
excelentísimo señor
His
Denis
Excellency
Francis
Dennis Francis
por su unánime elección
on his
como
unanimous election
presidente
as president
de este
of this
78º periodo
78th
de sesiones de la Asamblea General
session of the General Assembly,
y a los miembros de la mesa.
and I extend those congratulations
Le
to the other
garantizamos
members of the Bureau.
la absoluta seguridad y certeza
Rest
de que
assured
contará
that you
con
can
el apoyo y
count on the
colaboración
support and
de la República
cooperation
de Guinea
of
Ecuatorial
the Republic of Equatorial
durante
Guinea
la vigencia de su presidencia.
during your presidency.
Queremos trasladar la máxima expresión
We wish
de nuestra solidaridad
to extend
al Reino de Marruecos,
our heartfelt
así como al
solidarity
Estado de Libia,
to the Kingdom of Morocco
por las
and to the
tragedias
state of
que
Libya
estos dos países hermanos
following the
han
tragedies
experimentado
which these two
recientemente,
sister countries have recently
ocasionando numerosas
experienced.
pérdidas de vidas
Those
humanas
tragedies have
y la
led
destrucción de
to great
cuantiosas
loss of life
infraestructuras.
and to massive destruction
Señor Presidente,
of infrastructure.
Excelencias, señoras y
Mr.
señores,
President, Excellencies, ladies and
ciertamente,
gentlemen,
y como reza el lema de este 78º periodo
the
ordinario
theme of
de
this
sesiones de la Asamblea
78th
General,
session of the General Assembly
de construir
is
la
quite
confianza
rightly
y reavivar la
rebuilding
solidaridad
trust
global,
and reigniting global
acelerar la
solidarity,
acción sobre la Agenda 2030
accelerating action
y
on
sus
the
objetivos de
2030
desarrollo
agenda
sostenible
and its
hacia la
sustainable
paz,
development goals
la
towards
prosperidad,
peace,
el progreso
prosperity,
y la sostenibilidad
progress,
para
and
todos.
sustainability for all.
En efecto, felicitamos la pertinencia
We
de
do
ese tema
indeed welcome the
por
relevance of this
encuadrarse
theme
perfectamente
because
en el actual contexto
it
de los
points
problemas
at
más
the very
candentes
heart
que atraviesa
of the
actualmente el
burning
mundo,
issues which the world is currently
destacándose,
facing.
entre otros, los conflictos bélicos,
It
la
focuses inter alia
exacerbación
on
de la
conflicts,
existencia de grupos armados,
on the increase in the number of
la
armed
real
groups,
amenaza terrorista
on the
y el
real threat of
mercenariado,
terrorism and
el cambio
mercenarism,
climático,
on climate
la
change,
perspectiva de nuevas crisis sanitarias,
on the prospect of new
las crisis
health
económicas y
crises,
financieras,
and on the
así
economic and
como
financial
la crisis
crisis,
alimentaria
as well as on the food
que es
crisis,
susceptible de provocar
which may well
hambrunas en
lead
diferentes
to
países.
famine in a number of countries.
En ese sentido, que el momento es tan decisivo y determinante
This is
que exige
a
a los líderes del
decisive and
mundo
crucial crossroads,
buscar soluciones
and
duraderas,
leaders of the world must
consensuadas,
find lasting,
transformadoras y
consensual,
sostenibles
transformative, and
como
sustainable
desafíos
solutions
entrelazados que
in order
impactan
to
de forma
tackle the
transversal
multifaceted
y
challenges
negativa a todos los continentes
which
de
are
la planeta.
impacting all of the
Señor
continents of our
Presidente,
planet. Mr.
una
President,
vez más
once again,
nos presentamos aquí
we are here
para denunciar y
to
condenar
denounce
las injerencias de
condemn
ciertos países
interference
en la
by some
explotación
countries
de nuestros recursos naturales
and exploitation
que
by some
continúan
countries of
siendo
our
un factor
natural
determinante
resources.
que causa
This
el
continues to be
subdesarrollo,
a major factor leading
los
to
conflictos
underdevelopment,
y
to
inestabilidades,
conflicts and to instability.
así como la muy preocupante y cada vez más grave
We are very
situación que
concerned
atraviesan los
about
países
the
del Sahel,
increasingly serious situation in the
así
countries of the
como otras
Sahel,
regiones del
as well
continente
as in other
africano,
regions of the
con
African
implicaciones
continent,
muy negativas para el desarrollo de los mismos.
which has a very negative impact on the
África
development of
merece
those
una
countries.
atención prioritaria
Africa should
de las
receive
iniciativas del
priority
apoyo y
attention
asistencia,
in support initiatives
con una
and in
decisiva
financing for
materialización
development,
de los compromisos de financiación al
financing
desarrollo
for
sostenible
development commitments
para la
must be
ejecución
implemented
de los
so
objetivos
that we can
contenidos
reach the goals
en la Agenda 2030,
2030.
no dejando a nadie detrás
We leave no one behind,
para vencer todos los fenómenos que constituyen factores que dificultan el desarrollo de África.
Hamper development in Africa.
Expresamos nuestra gran preocupación por las crisis crónicas que viene sufriendo Haití y que se encuentran actualmente asediado por una banda de criminales que inflige enormes daños a la población. Para ello, Guinea Ecuatorial propone la celebración de una conferencia de las Naciones Unidas para Haití, a fin de analizar en profundidad esta situación y poder encontrar una solución sostenible y duradera. Guinea Ecuatorial reitera insistentemente sobre la necesidad de reformar el sistema de las Naciones Unidas, incluyendo el Consejo de Seguridad, que supone hoy en día una de las grandes injusticias y que constituye una grave falta de la aplicación del derecho internacional. El continente africano sigue siendo víctima de la injusticia histórica de ser el único continente sin representación permanente en el Consejo de Seguridad, pese al hecho de que gran parte de los asuntos que figuran en la agenda de este órgano decisorio son cuestiones que conciernen a África. Señor Presidente, señoras y señores, en este mundo cada vez más interdependiente, donde nadie puede caminar por sí solo, manifestamos nuestro rotundo rechazo a la imposición de medidas coercitivas de manera unilateral que atentan contra los principios y propósitos de la Carta de las Naciones Unidas y el derecho internacional. Instamos a los Estados a que se abstengan de promulgarlas y aplicarlas, ya que constituyen un serio obstáculo para el desarrollo de los Estados, especialmente para los países en desarrollo. Alzamos una vez más nuestra voz para que sea levantado de forma inmediata el embargo comercial, económico y financiero impuesto contra la República de Cuba hace varias décadas. Este país hermano merece la oportunidad de insertarse en el contexto mundial como país soberano. Señor Presidente, señoras y señores, antes de terminar, me gustaría informarles que el Gobierno de Guinea Ecuatorial tiene concebido el Plan Estratégico 2035 para la diversificación económica y deseamos que nuestros socios nos acompañen para la implementación de este plan. Para ello, extendemos una invitación a los hombres de negocios de todos los países amigos y hermanos para que vengan a invertir en el atractivo mercado nacional. Vivimos en un mundo globalizado y por tanto es de esperar que forjemos alianzas de colaboración y de apoyo solidario a través del diálogo franco e inclusivo para resolver pacíficamente los actuales conflictos y las desigualdades, así como nuestras diferencias. Hacemos un llamamiento sobre la necesidad y la importancia de dar una mayor prioridad al multilateralismo y a la cooperación internacional, tan necesario para hacer frente a los desafíos globales con los que se enfrenta actualmente la humanidad en su conjunto. nuestra determinación de abordar cuestiones apremiantes desde el cambio climático hasta la paz, la seguridad y el desarrollo es firme. No tengo duda que con un verdadero espíritu solidario no habrá dificultad que no podremos superar para el bien de nuestro planeta y de sus pobladores. Muchas gracias.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Vice President in charge of National Defense and Security of the Republic of Equatorial Guinea for the statement just made, and I request the protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Philip Theodore Mbango, Vice President of the United Republic of Tanzania. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. I have great pleasure in welcoming His Excellency Philip Izodo Mbango, Vice President of the United Republic of Tanzania. I invite him to address the Assembly.
His Excellency Dennis Francis, President of the 78th session of the UN General Assembly, His Excellency Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. President, please allow me to start by conveying to this august assembly fraternal greetings from Her Excellency Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, President of the United Republic of Tanzania, who could not attend this important session due to pressing national commitments. It is a great honor and privilege to address the Assembly on her behalf and for the people of my country. I also wish to join those who have spoken before me in congratulating you, Mr. President, on your election to preside over the 78th session of the UN General Assembly. I pledge Tanzania's full support to your presidency. Similarly, I wish to pay tribute to your predecessor, His Excellency Kaba Korosis, who successfully steered the 77th session of the United Nations General Assembly. In the same way, I commend the Secretary General and the UN Secretariat for dedicated service to humanity in the face of many daunting global challenges. Mr. President, this year, the Assembly is meeting specifically in search of rebuilding trust and reigniting global solidarity. However, for decades now, the persistent voice of the Global South calling in the wilderness make straight the way toward peace, prosperity, progress, and sustainability for all has fallen on deaf ears. The hitherto strong historical solidarity, fraternity, and commitment to the principles of non-interference, equality between nations, and mutual benefit bequeathed to us by the UN founding fathers is withering away. As a result of this paralysis in multilateralism, we have now begun to witness shifting geopolitical tectonic plates and creation of new blocs, seeking to replace the now obviously dysfunctional world order. Trust among states has worn away, and there is erosion of the rule of law and a revert back to unilateralism. The effectiveness of the UN system and multilateral financial institutions is now being questioned more than ever before, calling for their immediate reform. All this is happening at a time when the world is reeling from the aftershocks of the COVID-19 pandemic, relentless wrath of climate change, horrendous armed conflicts, global food insecurity, looming energy and debt crisis, as well as stubborn poverty and growing inequality. Furthermore, implementation of the SDGs 2030 has been disappointing, mainly as a result of unfulfilled promises of finance and technology by the global north and limited fiscal space in most African countries. In order to rebuild trust, it is imperative that the global north walks the talk on its promises and listens to the voices of the global south. Analogously, the global south must re-engineer its domestic revenue mobilization effort, including putting an end to hemorrhage of its natural resource wealth and illicit capital outflows. Mr. President, peace is undeniably a prerequisite for achieving the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Ironically, even in this 21st century, some nations are still firing guns and missiles at each other. However, the fact is that massive production of weapons and skyrocketing military spending on armed conflicts is compromising the promises we all made to the most vulnerable among us, that is, children, youth, women, and the poor, to build a better, prosperous world and create opportunities for all, leaving no one behind. In this regard, Tanzania highly commends the United Nations for its tireless efforts in maintaining international peace and security. We applaud the Secretary General's new Agenda for Peace, unveiled on 20th July 2023, which provides a greater vision for multilateral efforts towards peace and security on the basis of international law. I therefore implore each one of us in this Assembly to give due consideration to the priorities stipulated therein, for they resonate very well with the spirit and essence of the theme of this Assembly. Mr. President, Tanzania remains fully committed and ready to work with the UN family in maintaining global peace and security to make the world a safer place to live in, not only for us, but more importantly, to the generations to come. Tanzania firmly believes that the world needs to invest more in dialogue and diplomacy to prevent and resolve armed conflicts. Wars and confrontations must be avoided at all costs, because in war everyone loses, including the non-warring parties. In this regard, Tanzania has and will continue to contribute to peacemaking and peacekeeping efforts in Africa and elsewhere in the world. As of March 2023, Tanzania stood as the 12th largest contributor among 125 countries in UN peacekeeping missions. Tanzania urges the international community to increase support to regional initiatives to bring peace to war-torn parts of the African continent. Those who participate in fueling conflicts in Africa, either for the purpose of profiting from arms trade or access to blood mineral wealth, should be tracked and condemned openly by the United Nations. With regard to combating terrorism, Tanzania has strengthened capacity to deal with cross-border terrorism, working with our neighbors and international partners, especially through sharing of information and strategies. Mr. President, 3 days ago, we gathered in this hall for a second review of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and implementation of the 17 SDGs. It is discouraging to note that at halftime, we are off track to meet most of the goals. The UN Secretary General's Progress Report reveals that a mere 15% of the 140 targets are on track, while a staggering 37% have either stagnated or even regressed from the 2015 baseline. This underperformance calls for supercharged implementation and partnership, especially prioritizing to scale up investment in people. Mr. President, Tanzania is fully committed to implement the SDGs as envisaged. In July this year, Tanzania presented its second voluntary national report, which shows that overall there has been significant progress with respect to SDG 2 to 7, as indicated by an increase in food sufficiency ratio, availability of essential medicines, decline in under-5 mortality, increase in pre- and primary gross enrollment rates, significant milestones in pioneering gender equality, improved water supply coverage in urban and rural areas, as well as population connected to electricity. However, only moderate performance has been recorded for SDG 1, 8, and SDG 10. To ensure successful implementation of SDGs, Tanzania is determined to take actions to improve further the domestic revenue effort while capitalizing on PPPs. We are also prioritizing investments in the social service sectors, agriculture and agribusiness, value addition and infrastructure, as well as uplifting of skills for the youth. In addition, harnessing science, technology, and innovation is also key to hastening implementation of the SDGs. Mr. President, climate change has now become the world's greatest threat. Recent natural calamities, which have devastated parts of some countries around the world, amplify the horrible effects of climate change. And on this note, Tanzania offers deepest condolences to the governments and the people of Libya and the Kingdom of Morocco for the loss of lives and properties caused by floods and earthquakes. Furthermore, the latest assessment report of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change sounded an alarming reality that the world is off track, the 1.5 degrees Celsius limit agreed in Paris. Disturbingly, the report indicates that Africa is warming at an accelerated pace, outstripping the global rate. As such, climate change has and will continue to adversely impact Africa and hamper its progress. Tanzania, therefore, reiterates its call for urgent and concerted actions by all nations to cut down greenhouse gas emissions and strengthen mitigation and adaptation measures. Together, we must create an enabling environment and facilitate investments needed to unlock resources for scaling up implementation of our climate commitments and decarbonization of the global economy. We, the global community, must act with urgency. Tanzania also reiterates its call for a fair and just clean energy transition for Africa. Mr. President, unilateral coercive measures have serious adverse effects on the targeted economies and innocent lives, especially of women and children, the very people we have committed not to leave behind. Tanzania remains steadfast in its opposition to injustice, wherever it is committed and by whoever. We stand against the imposition of unjust economic sanctions and other unilateral coercive measures that undermine sovereignty and prosperity for all. Likewise, we continue to stand in solidarity with our brothers and sisters who continue to be denied their rights to self-determination and those living under occupation or domination. We call for the lifting of unjust sanctions and an end to the occupation or subjugation. Tanzania also advocates for peaceful resolution of all territorial disputes in accordance with the principles set out in the United Nations Charter. Mr. President, in closing, I wish to reaffirm Tanzania's unwavering commitment to support the United Nations and its member states in implementing our common global agenda. We call upon warring parties around the world to silence their guns and missiles and give prominence to peace. Let us act towards each other with humility, not arrogance. Let's heed the old wisdom that says, an eye for an eye leaves everybody blind. Let's act together to address the climate crisis and hasten implementation of Agenda 2030. Our humble plea is that the voices, promises, and solutions made or provided on this rostrum ought to bring hope to the hopeless, dignity to the humiliated, and justice to all. I thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Vice President of the United Republic of Tanzania for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Keith Christopher Rowley, Prime Minister of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. I have great pleasure in welcoming His Excellency Keith Rowley, Prime Minister of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, and I invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, it's an honor to address this August Assembly of States at this 78th session of the United Nations General Assembly. I stand before you on behalf of a proud nation which is celebrating the leadership of the General Assembly for the next year by a son of the soil of Trinidad and Tobago. We are proud of you, Mr. President. I again extend warmest congratulations to you on behalf of the government and people of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, and you are assured of our full support. I also wish to express our deepest gratitude to your predecessor, His Excellency Saba Karusi, for ably guiding our work during the 77th session. Permit me, Mr. President, to express our deepest condolences to and solidarity with the government and people of Morocco, as well as the government and people of Libya, on the recent tragedies which have resulted in the significant loss of lives, livelihoods, and destruction of property. Mr. President, at the midpoint of the journey for the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals and the 2030 Agenda, a sober reflection would leave many observers with a pessimistic feeling that the world is in peril and that we are at risk of significantly falling short of ensuring that no one is left behind. We have seen an array of cascading crises in many parts of the world. Recently, the Secretary General sounded the alarm that the period of global warming had ended and that the era of global boiling has arrived. Investments in instruments of war have far surpassed investments in instruments of peace and peace building. Some protracted conflicts are continuing with little signs of ceasefire, and others continue to erupt and escalate with disturbing consequences, All of these contribute to the waning spirit of multilateralism in our United Nations, the very purpose for which this organization was built. We have seen glimmers of hope extinguished by the darkness of despair, where the most vulnerable of the global population are made to pay the highest price. The cards of the international financial system remain heavily stacked against Global South, thereby inhibiting the prospect of these countries to achieve economic growth and sustainable development. Against this backdrop, Mr. President, I ask, is this the legacy that we would leave for future generations? Mr. President, Trinidad and Tobago, as a responsible member of this organization, is committed to doing its part to achieve sustainable development and international peace and security for all. However, our ability to safely navigate our destiny to the harbor of sustainable development by 2030 is stymied by challenges and threats, some of which are existential. One such threat is the proliferation and use of illegal firearms in our society, which, just like in other jurisdictions, bring untold suffering to many families and communities and the nation as a whole. Only today, Mr. President, we experience the loss of life of 5 members of one family killed by an assailant with an assault weapon. Mr. President, this situation has worsened largely because of the accelerated commercial availability, coupled with illegal trafficking from countries of manufacture into the almost defenseless territories of the Caribbean. In a population of 1.4 million people in Trinidad and Tobago, we experienced over 600 murders last year, 90% of which involved handguns and increasingly assault weapons. Within our best efforts and a huge consumption of our already scarce resources, we have seen over 400 violent firearms-driven killings already this year. Mr. President, this is a crisis shared by almost all the Caribbean territories and is to be added to the challenges that stand in the way of any successful tackling of the development goals already identified. Mr. President, Trinidad and Tobago, both individually and as part of the Caribbean Community CARICOM, has attempted to devise solutions and interventions to address these challenges meaningfully and holistically. For this reason, earlier this year, Trinidad and Tobago hosted the CARICOM Regional Symposium to address crime and violence as a public health issue, as we felt that it was incumbent to promote and encourage dialogue aimed at reducing violence and preventing crime in our society. In this context, we are cognizant of the need for cooperation at all levels. Accordingly, Trinidad and Tobago remains fully committed to the Arms Trade Treaty and its stated objectives. We also look forward to continue to work collaboratively with our regional and international partners, especially the United States, to urgently stem the illicit trade of illegal firearms, most of which are produced by gun manufacturers and promoters based in this country. We acknowledge and appreciate the recent and ongoing support of the United States in linking arms with Trinidad and Tobago and the wider CARICOM in confronting this metastasizing scourge, which not only disturbs our safety, but threatens our sense of security and even the very democratic states themselves. Mr. President, we acknowledge that the proliferation of violent crime, concomitant with other escalating crises, provides fertile conditions to destabilize any country. It is in this context that Trinidad and Tobago supports CARICOM's position that all nations respect the Caribbean Sea as a zone of peace. Consequently, Trinidad and Tobago, as it fights its own battles in this area, remains deeply concerned over the developments in our fellow CARICOM country, Haiti, that are causing unimaginable humanitarian, socio-economic, and security consequences. We applaud the decision of the government of Kenya to offer to help lead a multinational unit in Haiti, and welcome the decision of the governments of the Bahamas and Jamaica to contribute personnel to it. Rwanda's offer to help is also very significant and commendable. We also urge the international community to collaborate with Haiti towards the achievement of a credible solution to its current crisis that would guarantee that the country and its people are not left behind. I recall the exhortation by Trinidad and Tobago's iconic calypsonian David Rudder in his timeless classic, and I quote, Mr. President, when David Rudder says, "Haiti, I'm sorry," where he intoned, and I could continue to quote, "I refuse to believe that we, good people, would forever turn our hearts and eyes away. Haiti, I'm sorry. We misunderstood you. One day we'll turn our heads and look inside you," unquote. Mr. President, that day has come. That day is now. We, the United Nations gathered here, must prioritize authorization for the external help that Haiti desperately needs. Mr. President, just like anywhere else in the world, Haiti deserves peace. Haiti deserves prosperity. Haiti deserves progress, and Haiti deserves sustainability. Haiti requires the intervention of the United Nations now. I wish to assure you that Trinidad and Tobago, as an honest broker, remains fully committed to working with the government of Haiti and all other stakeholders to arrive at an indigenous solution to comprehensively address the crisis in that country. Mr. President, Trinidad and Tobago is of the view that in order to rebuild trust and reignite global solidarity, there must be universal adherence to the Charter of the United Nations and international law. Respect for the sovereignty and territorial integrity of all states must be paramount and permanent. It is in this connection that we continue to register our dismay and disappointment in the ongoing hostilities following the military action against Ukraine. Mr. President, though we are geographically far removed from the threat of the conflict, we are not unaffected. It is indeed disappointing that the Black Sea Grain Initiative, which assisted in stabilizing global food prices and potentially protecting millions from the threat of famine, starvation, that has been terminated. We noted with great anxiety that global food prices during the month of July rose for the first time in months. This situation is of priority concern for the CARICOM community, as we acknowledge that food security remains a crucial issue for our region and is a vital component in our quest to achieve the 2030 agenda. Mr. President, it is also regrettable that after all this time, a credible solution to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict remains elusive. In this regard, Trinidad and Tobago reiterates its strong support for a two-state solution based on mutual understanding, tolerance, and respect, which would serve as a foundation for Israel and Palestine to live as peaceful, responsible neighbors. We continue to urge both sides to recommit to a just, lasting, and comprehensive solution that would ensure peace, prosperity, progress, and sustainability for all. Mr. President, 2023 marks two very important milestones for the international community as we commemorate the 75th anniversary of the adoption of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, as well as the 25th anniversary of the adoption of the Treaty of Rome. As a country that has been a long-standing advocate of the International Criminal Court, Trinidad and Tobago congratulates the court on this achievement. In recognizing this milestone, we remember and pay tribute to an outstanding pioneer of the court, the late Arthur N.R. Robinson, former Prime Minister and President of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. We have seen sufficient evidence to be convinced that his efforts, which in part resulted in the creation of the International Criminal Court, were not in vain. For this reason, Trinidad and Tobago remains steadfast in its support of the work and mandate of the court, as we believe that access to justice is a critical element towards achieving sustainable peace. We therefore continue to urge those countries that have not done so to submit to the jurisdiction of the International Criminal Court so that it can comprehensively fulfill its mandate as a truly universal court. Mr. President, while we acknowledge that the International Criminal Court provides a beacon of hope for access to justice, we also recognize that it is an absolute injustice that 75 years after the adoption of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, there still exists discrimination and a lack of tolerance for fundamental human rights. We remain concerned that in some quarters, women and girls continue to be denied similar opportunities offered to men and boys, which stymies the collective pursuit to building peaceful and sustainable societies. It is quite paradoxical, Mr. President, that we are attempting to achieve the 2030 agenda while leaving substantial segments of communities behind. Everyone must be allowed to live a life free of fear and free from all forms of violence, a life in which they are respected, where their dignity and liberty are not compromised. These ideals must also shape the way forward for reconciliation, truth, and justice. The persistent underdevelopment of Caribbean nations and so many others is directly attributed to the unpaid debt for centuries of enslavement and economic exploitation of African people by Europeans. The descendants of these people populate the Caribbean islands, where they struggle manfully against the residual rigors of these historic crimes, even as they are visited by the worst effects of climate change and the constant threat of exclusion from the world's mainstream financial systems. In this regard, Trinidad and Tobago continues to call for bold, decisive action to ensure reparatory justice for the untold suffering of millions of people in the developing world. We would welcome Africa's support in this quest for justice. Mr. President, it is undeniable that climate change is an existential threat to all of us and does not recognize geographical boundaries. We also acknowledge that our people, the people of the small island developing states, those who bear the least culpability for the climate crisis, are the ones who continue to be most disproportionately affected. The experts have told us that this past July was the hottest month on record and that global ocean temperatures were also at record levels. Most disconcertingly, we noted with justifiable alarm the recent dire warning by scientists that without ambitious climate action, we will exceed the critical 1.5 degrees Celsius temperature threshold. However, recent developments have shown that overambitious net zero targets ought not to be forced upon small island nations. Mr. President, we are called upon to be game changers on this issue. We have a responsibility for the survival and continued existence of life on this planet that no other generation of leaders has had. A global stocktake at COP28 is crucial. The global stocktake must result in a roadmap that brings the world nearer to the track by ensuring that NDCs are aligned with the 1.5-degree temperature goal. Nationally determined contributions must become nationally implemented contributions. Trinidad and Tobago is in the process of implementing its commitment to installing some infrastructure for sustainable energy supply. We urge developed countries to increase their support for the second replenishment of the Green Climate Fund. In these commitments, if they're made, we will be honored in full sooner rather than later. They would go a long way towards rebuilding trust and reigniting global solidarity, particularly for the Global South. Mr. President, the global economic crisis has landed heavily on the developing world, with small island developing states such as Trinidad and Tobago and our Caribbean neighbors facing the harshest impacts of the socio-economic fallout. For this reason, the next 10-year program of action will be crucial to ensuring that no one is left behind. We call on the international community to lend its support for the 4th International Conference on Small Island Developing States and to reach an ambitious and transformative global blueprint that will drive the sustainable development ambitions of small island developing nations towards long-term resilient prosperity. We will also continue to advocate that international financial institutions should be sensitive to the specific circumstances of developing countries and the challenges that they face. Trinidad and Tobago therefore reiterates its support for the development of a multidimensional vulnerability index, the Bridgetown Initiative, and any other effort that addresses the most pressing needs of developing countries, including those encountering liquidity challenges and debt distress. Mr. President, earlier this year, Trinidad and Tobago welcomed the landmark adoption of the agreement under the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, on the conservation and sustainable use of marine biological diversity of areas beyond national jurisdiction. Trinidad and Tobago actively participated in the negotiations along with its CARICOM partners. We are fully confident that when this treaty enters into force, the benefits will redound to all of humankind. Mr. President, the 2030 Agenda envisions a revitalized global partnership for sustainable development based on a spirit of strengthened global solidarity. It would, however, be impossible, Mr. President, for our sisters and brothers in Cuba to achieve these goals if the anachronistic economic, commercial, and financial embargo imposed against that country remains in place. For over 6 decades, the people of Cuba have been grappling with significantly diminished prospects for charting a course towards prosperity, meaningful progress, and sustainable development. To this end, Trinidad and Tobago reiterates its call for the unconditional lifting of the economic, commercial, and financial embargo against Cuba, and certainly for its removal from any unjustified listing as an alleged state sponsor of terrorism. Mr. President, despite our challenges, 2023 has been a momentous year for us in CARICOM. In addition to your election as President of the General Assembly, we recently celebrated in Port-au-Spain the 50th anniversary of the Caribbean community under the theme 50 Years Strong, a solid foundation to build on. It was indeed a confluence of celebratory events as we all rejoiced over the election of CARICOM members to major UN bodies. In this regard, we congratulate Guyana on its election as a non-permanent member of the United Nations Security Council, as well as Haiti and Suriname on their election to the Economic and Social Council. Mr. President, guided by our charter and the spirit of multilateralism, we can use the popular aphorism as inspiration, and I quote, "Coming together is the beginning. Keeping together is progress. Working together is success," unquote. If we were to apply that maxim, I have no doubt that we can achieve peace, prosperity, progress, and sustainability for all. Mr. President, Trinidad and Tobago will be doing its part. We continue to stand on our principles, to deploy our diplomacy and leadership in the service of the common good, to uphold international law, and to work with member states in our commitment to leave this world safer, healthier, and better. Mr. President, I thank you for your attention, and I thank my colleagues.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago for the statement just delivered, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Quieres, Prime Minister of the Hellenic Republic. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. I have great pleasure in welcoming His Excellency Kyriakos Mitsotakis, Prime Minister of the Hellenic Republic, and I invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, Monsieur le Président, heads of government and state, ladies and gentlemen, the theme of this year's General Assembly asks us to accelerate action towards peace, prosperity, progress, and sustainability for all. It is a laudable goal, and one I would argue matters more now than ever before. But I must also ask if it is anywhere near enough. And I pose this question not because I wish to test the patience of this Assembly, but rather because even though collective multilateral solutions can and often do make a difference, it seems to me that still too many solutions fall short of our ambitions. Our words are never quite matched by our actions, and our achievements are never quite meet our expectations. It is as if in this United Nations, nations are not quite united enough. And nowhere is that clearer to me than in two core areas: tackling climate change and managing migration, both of which will be at the heart of Greece's Security Council candidacy for 2025-2026. If successful, Greece will make climate and migration central tenets of our time on the Security Council, together with respect for international law and maritime security. We will do this because, in part at least, the global community's current collective approach to both issues speaks to a failure to match rhetoric with policy delivery. When we have lived through a summer like the one in 2023, the hottest on record, and when we talk rather than act on tackling the main drivers of irregular migration or even the implementation of existing transnational agreements, we are in fact failing. And ladies and gentlemen, we must work harder collectively to change that. 12 months ago, at this very podium, I warned how without multilateral cooperation, the devastating effects of climate change would soon be the norm rather than the exception. 12 months later, and that new norm has unfortunately arrived. This summer, floods, fires, heat waves, and landslides have gripped the European South, North Africa, and the Mediterranean, bringing unprecedented destruction to the region from Slovenia to Libya, from Italy to Greece. For Greeks, nowhere was this more apparent than across Evros, in the northeast of my country. Here, the largest blaze ever recorded in the European Union burned continuously for almost 2 weeks. In all, 20 people were killed, hundreds lost homes and livelihoods, and an area greater in size than this city, New York, was razed to ashes. 700 firefighters from across Europe fought valiantly to contain this devastating megafire, but they couldn't tame it. And as if that was not enough, 10 days later, Greece was struck by Storm Daniel. The Thessaly region, in the center of the country, saw twice as much rainfall in one day than falls in London in an entire year. It was the worst storm to hit Greece in over a century. And Daniel carved its destructive path not only through my country, but through Libya too, landing upon the coastal city of Derna, where the death toll now stands in the tens of thousands. The impact of these events across the Mediterranean is unprecedented. Lives lost, businesses destroyed, communities upended, social cohesion undermined, the fragile ecology of our most precious natural habitats severely compromised. I accept, of course, that the climate crisis is not an alibi for everything, but the science is clear. Unprecedented temperatures, fueled by global warming, are creating the conditions that drive these catastrophic events. And this is no longer a crisis of the poorest or the global south. Our own very unequal battle with nature is now being fought out across the European south and the Mediterranean in particular. And this, ladies and gentlemen, is the new reality of climate change. Greece and our many friends and neighbors who ring the Mediterranean now face similar challenges to those countries which have been at the sharp end of the climate crisis. And like those countries, we need a much more coordinated response. In Greece, we have pumped hundreds of millions into mitigation. We have introduced our first ever climate law. We're driving ambitious proposals around decarbonizing our islands. We partner with multinationals in the pursuit of green technology. We invest heavily in renewables. We're given our natural assets of wind, sun, and sea, the potential is huge. And yet, while we act decisively on long-term mitigation, we are collectively guilty of not placing enough emphasis on short-term adaptation, even though the need to become more resilient is about change today, not tomorrow. After all, this crisis is already here. It is affecting our lives today, and it is already having a significant impact on our economies. For the European Union, this represents a failure, not just of policy, but also of financial resourcing. We are spending peanuts on adaptation and emergency relief. We have two funds which are completely depleted, and this must change, which is why earlier this week I wrote to the leaders of Croatia, Cyprus, France, Italy, Malta, Portugal, Slovenia, and Spain, who, along with Greece, make up the EU Med-9 group of countries. In my letter, I suggested two solutions to the short-term adaptation issue. First, that we recognize that the circumstances now demand that we act outside the EU's long-term budget framework and state subsidy rules. And second, that we lead the EU-wide efforts to define and implement a comprehensive, properly resourced strategic plan that addresses the new challenges we are now facing. But this isn't just about Europe. The problems faced by the European South and North Africa are, after all, no different to the issues faced by Canada this summer, or indeed the likes of Pakistan last summer, when that country also suffered from catastrophic floods. That is why I'm calling for the creation of a global adaptation alliance, a forum from where we can deliver new collective thinking, renewed cooperation, access to new finance, to drive short-term adaptation before it is too late. Investing more, for example, in sharing new technology, in advanced forecasting and modeling, so that we can predict with greater clarity, with greater accuracy, how these phenomena are going to behave, where the floods are coming from, and where the fires are going. We will therefore push for the inclusion of an adaptation alliance at the upcoming COP28 meeting in the United Arab Emirates, because only by working together can we make a real difference. Learning lessons from one another, but sharing best practices and solutions too. Take Greece's early warning emergency number, the 112 number. During devastating wildfires 5 years ago, it didn't exist. A whole seaside town was razed to the ground. More than 100 people perished. We learned from that mistake. We put it right. And this summer, the 112 number played a huge part in minimizing loss of life. What difference, I wonder, would such a number, an emergency number, have made in Maui during the devastating Hawaiian fires, or in Libya, for example? And it is exactly this sort of relatively cost-effective solutions that represent the type of technological adaptation we need globally going forward. A simple yet life-saving idea. And all of this is critical because at the end of the day, our number one obligation is the protection of human life. Monsieur le Président, ladies and gentlemen, let me turn to the second great challenge of our time, migration. My country is at the forefront of the global migration crisis. Greece has, over the last decade, provided shelter and protection to hundreds of thousands of refugees and asylum seekers. Our Coast Guard has gone above and beyond to save tens of thousands of lives at sea. And let me be clear, Greece will always be an open and welcoming country for those fleeing persecution and violence, as well as those economic migrants who, however, seek a new future by accessing legal pathways. After all, our economy is growing again. We're attracting significant foreign investment, and there are many job opportunities in my country. But we also need to fill these vacancies on our own terms, not those set by the criminal gangs. And that is why it is critical that the international community works together to establish a far more comprehensive and coordinated approach, one that addresses the root causes of migration, one that more effectively counters human trafficking and migrant smuggling, and fosters legal pathways to mobility. Take managing the root causes of migration. We must challenge the negative political, socioeconomic, and climate trends at source in the countries of origin, but also the countries of transit. And that means more tailor-made, innovative, multi-stakeholder partnerships to drive forward sustainable development and strengthen resilience, creating jobs and opportunities in the places of origin. No one wants to leave their homes and risk their lives finding work thousands of miles away. In real terms, that's about investing in infrastructure, in education, in healthcare, in the green and digital transition, all of which can reduce poverty, unemployment, and inequality. And it's about creating incentives for private sector development. It's about supporting entrepreneurship and small businesses while always promoting good governance and women's empowerment. Ladies and gentlemen, when it comes to migration, Greece's policy is tough but fair. We are focused on preventing irregular migration and improving the effectiveness of return systems. But we're also focused on facilitating safe, orderly, and legal migration while processing asylum claims expeditiously. This issue is not going to go away. Indeed, in recent weeks, there is evidence across the Mediterranean that the pressure on our borders is unfortunately growing again. That is why preventing departures must be the starting point. We must break the business model of the traffickers and the networks if we are to stop people from embarking on such dangerous journeys. And working together bilaterally and multilaterally, we must strengthen border controls and surveillance, mechanisms to detect and intercept strugglers and their activities. And we can do that through the use of advanced technology, intelligence sharing, and cooperation among border control agencies. And we must enhance the capacity of law enforcement to investigate and prosecute those responsible for profiting from human despair, as well as disrupting the money networks through the strengthening of tools to identify and freeze traffickers' assets. And we need a whole-of-route approach, raising public awareness of the dangers posed by smuggling routes. At the same time, as I said, we must provide legal pathways through family reunification, humanitarian visas, but also labor mobility, something that Greece has done with new bilateral agreements with countries such as Egypt and Bangladesh. But above all, if we want to solve the problem in the Mediterranean, we must work together with our partner countries. Turkey, of course, but also our North African neighbors. Ladies and gentlemen, let me turn to Greece's relation with our eastern neighbor, Turkey. But let me do so in the spirit of openness. Rather than looking at the past, I want today to look to the future. And undoubtedly, long-standing geopolitical tensions between Greece and Turkey remain. Our two greatest shared challenges, however, climate change and migration, are of the present and of the future. And I told President Erdogan just that when we met yesterday. Don't get me wrong, our main difference over the delimitation of our maritime zones in the Aegean and the Eastern Mediterranean is extremely important. It remains, but it can be resolved in accordance with international law and in particular the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Seas and in the spirit of good neighborly relations. We have made good progress over the past months in terms of normalizing our relationships, and it is in our mutual interest to continue down that path. Turning to Cyprus, this remains unfortunately at its core an issue of an illegal invasion and occupation in violation of the fundamental principles of the United Nations Charter. Our commitment to Cyprus's sovereignty, territorial integrity, and a solution of one state based on a bizonal, bicommunal federation is steadfast. It's a matter of credibility and determination to defend the core values and principles upon which the United Nations are based, and finding a fair, viable, and mutually acceptable solution to the Cyprus issue remains a top priority for Greece, and we will continue to fully support the UN-led efforts to facilitate the resumptions of negotiations, always on the basis of the relevant UN security resolutions. Ladies and gentlemen, I have today addressed two of the three most important concerns we share today as a global community. Let me end by quickly addressing the third. Last year, in this very spot, most of us condemned Russia's illegal invasion of Ukraine, an act of blatant aggression that has shattered the inviolability of a sovereign border and has cost so many innocent lives. Overall, the international community has stood firm against Putin's provocation and disastrous attempt to rewrite history. Today, however, the assertion on Russia's part is that NATO, the EU, the other partners that support Ukraine will eventually lose the stomach to continue that fight. Now let me be clear. This should not happen. This will not happen. We will never walk away from Ukraine, because to do so would be to abandon the very principles of peace, democracy, and adherence to international law that so many in this room hold dear. This message was sent out loud and clear by the leaders of the whole Balkans region on the 21st of August in Athens, in the regional summit we hosted together with President Zelensky. Dear friends, to conclude, whether the issue is addressing climate change, managing migration, or fighting the threat to our democratic way of life, all the challenges we face are daunting. We've said many times, failure is not an option. True leadership will be required by all of us. We cannot just sit idle and hope for a miracle. I have the privilege of leading a mid-sized country that is trying to do its best to address issues of massive complexity. But it is time for the really big players to step up to the plate and deliver. Thank you very much for your attention.
Au nom de l'Assemblée Générale, je tiens à remercier le Premier ministre de la République hellénique de l'allocution qu'il vient de prononcer. Et je prie le protocole de bien vouloir accompagner son Excellence. L'Assemblée va entendre l'allocution de son Excellence, M. Pushpa Kamal Dahal, Premier ministre du Népal. Je prie le protocole de bien vouloir accompagner son Excellence. J'ai le plaisir de souhaiter la bienvenue à son Excellence, M. Pushpa Kamal Dahal, Premier ministre du Népal, et je l'invite à prendre la parole devant l'Assemblée.
Madam President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, I congratulate Madam President and member of the Bureau on your respective election. I also express my deep appreciation to the United Nations Secretary General, Mr. Antonio Guterres, for his unremitting efforts to strengthen the United Nations and promote the cause of multilateralism. There could be no better time to deliberate on the theme rebuilding trust and reigniting global solidarity, particularly when trust and cooperation are in short supply and crises of confidence reign the world. Today, due to the resurgence of geopolitical competition, power polarization and economic nationalism, maintenance of world peace and security, the foremost goal of the UN Charter, have come under serious strain. Spending on arms is on the rise, but resources for the realization of the 2030 agenda have become scarce. We must correct this course and focus on our common goal of peace, prosperity, and progress. It is time to build trust, promote partnership and collaboration, and work in solidarity when the world is facing the challenges of unprecedented scale and nature. Madam President, I have fond memories of addressing this August Assembly back in 2008 as the Prime Minister of a country that had just made a transformation of historic proportion, a transformation from armed conflict to an inclusive and nationally owned peace process, a transformation from centuries-old feudal monarchical rule to a democratic republican order, and a transformation to a multi-party democratic polity where participation of all sections of our society is ensured. 15 years on, we have come a long way. We successfully transitioned through a nationally led peace process. We promulgated a democratic constitution in 2015 by an elected constituent assembly, which has consolidated the universally recognized values of human rights, participatory democracy, periodic election, inclusive proportional representation, full press freedom, independent judiciary, and rule of law. The successive two cycles of federal, provincial, and local election have resulted in increased participation of women, Dalits, youths, and underrepresented communities at a level of governance. We have been able to ensure 41% of representation of women in local assemblies. A minimum of 33% representation of women is constitutionally guaranteed in the provincial assembly and federal parliament. We have firmly established that the sovereignty lies in Nepali people, and they are the real source of state power. We are now closer to logically concluding our unique, nationally owned and homegrown peace process. Completing the remaining task of transitional justice is top on my political agenda. As Prime Minister of a co-signatory of the Comprehensive Peace Accord, I have been making serious effort to bridge the gaps and build consensus among the key stakeholders. An amendment bill related to the transitional justice has been tabled at the federal parliament to address the concern of the victims, strike a right balance between peace, justice, and reparation, and to make the transitional justice process broadly owned by our society. The proposed bill evolved through a wider consultative process, taking a victim-centric approach and recognize a reparation as victims' right. In the process, there will be no blanket amnesty for the serious violation of human rights. The ultimate objective is to establish an enduring peace in the country and foster harmony in society through peace, justice, and reconciliation. I appeal the international community for their goodwill and support to the conclusion of the final leg of our peace process and to duly recognize this rare example of successful conflict transformation. Madam President, as Nepal's political course has taken a stable shape, our focus is now on the agenda of economic transformation. We are aware that political achievement can only be sustained by socio-economic growth and development. It is not least in this light that the central focus of the current government is on mobilizing all its energy and resources to accelerate development work and ensure good governance. We are graduating from LDC status by 2026, and we are committed to making our graduation smooth, sustainable, and irreversible. We are currently in the process of finalizing the smooth transition strategy of graduation. We have put SDGs at the center of our development vision and priorities. However, crises such as COVID-19 pandemic, climate change, and heightened geopolitical competition have threatened our hard-earned progress in SDGs. We, therefore, call for an enhanced level of international support in the form of development assistance, foreign direct investment, export promotion, SDR allocation, technology transfer, and technical assistance. Nepal welcomes Secretary General's call for an increase in SDGs financing by $500 billion per year. As the current LDC chair, we remain actively engaged in collaboration with fellow LDCs in all relevant forums, including in the UN system, to protect and promote our collective interests. We stress the need to mainstream the Doha Program of Action into all important UN process and development system and the development cooperation framework of our partners. We call for a fair and equitable international trading regime that benefits LDCs. Coordinated policies aimed at debt relief, debt restructuring, and debt swap as envisaged by the Doha Program of Action must be translated into reality. Madam President, climate change has assumed a crisis proportion and the clock is ticking. Our inaction or little action will surely invite disastrous consequences for humanity. We must therefore set higher ambition and commit ourselves to achieving those ambitions in a time-bound manner. Climate vulnerable mountainous countries like Nepal have been bearing the severe brunt of climate change. The Himalayas are the source of fresh water for over 2 billion people. Global warming has induced rapid receding of ice in our Himalayas. It has not only eroded the health of our mountains, but also endangered the lives and livelihoods of millions of people living downstream. The human and financial toll due to the floods, droughts, and other extreme climate-induced events is terrifying. On our part, we remain fully committed to the effective implementation of the Paris Agreement and achieving its goal. Nepal has set an ambitious target of reaching a net zero scenario by 2045. We have already submitted our updated NDC and aligned our national policies and plans with it. Our priorities include conserving and sustainably managing land, forest, and water resources, undertaking effective adaptation and mitigation measures, and promoting a green and resilient economy. To this end, we are working to ensure access to clean energy for all citizens. Easy access to climate finance will be the key to low carbon and climate resilient development pathways. Equally, crucial are the early operationalization of the loss and damage fund, fulfilling the target of the $100 billion commitment as well as doubling up of the adaptation climate finance. It is an irony that my country, Nepal, with 45% of its areas as forest, with rich biodiversity, and 15% of its land as high mountains, release least greenhouse gas emission but contributes significantly to ecological preservation, has unfairly suffered from climate crisis. These kinds of mismatch must be addressed through a compensation mechanism to the countries that positively contribute to the greening of the planet. Excellencies, it is quite distressing that conflicts within and between countries are on the rise. Nepal opposes any use or threat of use of force against the territorial integrity, political independence, and sovereignty of any country. People of Libya, Syria, and Yemen continue to bear the brunt of protracted conflict. Their suffering must end. We believe that the UN brokered truce in Yemen must be allowed to transition to a sustained peace. The protracted stalemate in Libya must get a way to peace and reconciliation. The Palestinian people deserve peace ending the prolonged conflict. Nepal reiterates its support for a two-state solution with Israel and Palestine living peacefully side by side within recognized international borders based on relevant UN resolution. We continue to support nationally owned, peaceful, just and lasting solution to conflicts around the world. Peace founded on inclusion, empowerment, economic prosperity, and justice stand a better chance to last longer. Madam President, proliferation of weapons of mass destruction continues to threaten peace and security in the world. Constant stockpiling of nuclear arsenals, growing arms race, and ever-increasing military expenditure are worrisome. Nepal reiterates its call for a total and time-bound disarmament of all weapons of mass destruction, including biological, chemical, nuclear, and radiological weapons. As the host country to UN Regional Center for Peace and Disarmament in Asia and the Pacific, Nepal believes that regional process, including the Kathmandu process, reinforce the global disarmament regime. The void of international governance on cyberspace and artificial intelligence demand multilateral regulation. Dual use of artificial intelligence urgently calls for informed deliberation on preventing its potential misuse and strengthening of international cooperation. Nepal condemns terrorism in all its forms and manifestation. We call for an early conclusion of a comprehensive global treaty against terrorism. Madam President, Nepal's commitment to the protection and promotion of human rights is total and unflinching. We believe in an integrated approach to democracy, development, and human rights. Nepal attaches great importance to the safety, security, dignity, and well-being of migrant workers. We call for effective implementation of the Global Compact for safe, orderly, and regular migration to ensure that migration works for all. Excellencies, the principle of Panchashil non-alignment, the UN Charter, international law, and norms of world peace continue to guide Nepal's foreign policy. Amity, cordiality, and fraternity are the underlying ethos of our international engagement. We want to promote relations with our neighbors and all other friendly countries on the basis of sovereign equality, non-interference, and mutual respect. We remain steadfast in our commitment to multilateralism with the United Nations at its center. True to our commitment, Nepal continues to contribute to the maintenance of international peace and security through our consistent participation to the UN-mandated peacekeeping operation for the last 65 years. Currently, the second largest troops and police contributing country, we have always deployed our peacekeeper at every call and without any caveat, even in the most challenging situation. Our peacekeeper have earned distinct repute of dedication, professionalism, and competence, which has been widely acknowledged by the United Nations, the host government, and societies alike. We reiterate our call for share of leadership position at the headquarters and in the field to the troops and police contributing countries. We know today's global governance architecture largely reflects yesterday's world. Timely reform is essential for the multilateral institution to remain relevant and to reflect today's realities. Nepal supports the reform of UN Security Council to make it broadly representative, democratic, transparent, and accountable. We call for the revitalization of the General Assembly and the Economic and Social Council with greater role to these vital organs. We need an inclusive and effective multilateralism to better respond to and deliver on the needs of the people and the planet. Structural reform to the international financial architecture is longer overdue. The voice of the countries in special situations, including LDCs, LLDCs, and SEEDs, must be heard. Their meaningful representation must be ensured. Only a more democratic, inclusive, fair, and representative international financial architecture can be an antidote to the deep-rooted inequalities, inequities, and gaps. In conclusion, Madam President, it is our collective responsibility to ensure peace and prosperity for everyone, everywhere, and to ensure that no one is left behind. I thank you for your kind attention. Thank you very much.
Au nom de l'Assemblée Générale, je tiens à remercier le Premier ministre du Népal de l'allocution qu'il vient de prononcer et je prie le protocole de bien vouloir accompagner son Excellence. L'Assemblée va entendre l'allocution de Son Altesse, Cheikh Ahmed Nawaf Al-Ahmad Al-Sabah, Premier ministre de l'État du Koweït. Je prie le protocole de bien vouloir accompagner Son Altesse. J'ai le plaisir de souhaiter la bienvenue à Son Altesse, Cheikh Ahmed Nawaf Al-Ahmad Al-Sabah, Premier ministre de l'État du Koweït, et je l'invite à prendre la parole devant l'Assemblée.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. معالي رئيس الجمعية العامة للأمم المتحدة، معالي الأمين العام للأمم المتحدة، أصحاب السمو والفخامة والمعالي رؤساء الوفود، السيدات والسادة الحضور، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
May the peace and blessings of God be upon you.
بداية تتقدم دولة
Mr.
الكويت
President, at the outset,
بأحرى التعازي
the state
وصادق
of
المواساة
Kuwait
للمملكة
would
المغربية
like to
الشقيقة
convey its most
في
sincere
ضحايا
condolences
السلاسل
to the
الزلزالية
brother kingdom
التي
of
أصابتها
Morocco with regard
وأدت
to the
إلى وفاة
victims of
وإصابة
the
آلاف
earthquake
الضحايا.
that
كما أنقل ذات
killed
التعازي
thousands.
والمواساة
I
للأشقاء
also
في دولة
would like
ليبيا
to express our
أثر
condolences to our
الإعصار
brothers and sisters in Libya
والفيضانات العارمة التي اجتاحتها
with regard to the storms
وأدت
and
إلى
flooding
سقوط عدد من
that have
الضحايا
affected it
والمصابين.
and that have
داعين المولى
also
عز وجل
caused many casualties.
بالرحمة والمغفرة للضحايا
We
وأن يلهم
pray
ذويهم
to the
جميل الصبر
all-powerful God
والسلوان
to take mercy upon the
وتمنياتنا
victims
بالشفاء العاجل للمصابين.
and to alleviate the suffering of families. And we wish
يسرني
a
أن
speedy
أتقدم
recovery
بالتهنئة
to all of the injured.
لشخصكم
It is a pleasure for
ولبلدكم
me
الصديق
to
لانتخابكم
congratulate
رئيسا
you
للدورة الثامنة والسبعين
and your friendly country on
للجمعية
your
العامة
election, Mr.
للأمم
President,
المتحدة.
as President of the 78th session
ونحن
of
على
the UN General
ثقة
Assembly.
بأن ما تملكونه من
We
خبرة واسعة
are fully
في العمل
convinced
الدولي
that your
سوف
rich
يمكنكم من
experience
إدارة
in
أعمالها
international
بكل
affairs
حكمة واقتدار.
will allow you
كما أود
to
كذلك أن
wisely
أشيد بالجهود
and
التي
skillfully
بذلها
guide our
سلفكم.
work. I also would
السيد
like to pay
جابر
tribute
قرشي
to the efforts of your
خلال
predecessor, Mr.
رئاسته
Jabar
للدورة
Qureshi,
السابقة.
throughout his presidency
ولا يفوتني
of
أن
the
أثمن
preceding
عاليا
session.
المساعي البناءة والقيادة الحكيمة
I
لمعالي
also
الأمين العام
would like to express our
لهذه
appreciation
المنظمة العريقة
for the
وجهوده
constructive
في
and immense efforts
إنفاذ
made by
الرسالة
the Secretary
السامية
General
للأمم
of this august
المتحدة
organization, as
ومتمسكا
well as
بنصوص
his
ميثاقها
actions
المتركز
to
على حفظ السلم
realize the
والأمن
lofty mission of
الدوليين.
the UN based on
سيد
its charter
الرئيس،
to maintain international peace and
أقف
security.
هنا مجددا
Mr.
لمخاطبة المجتمع الدولي
Today,
عبر إحدى أسمى منصاته وذلك في ظل ما تشهده الساحة الدولية اليوم من تحديات وتقلبات باتت تهدد عالميا تعدد الأطراف تحت طائلة اختبار حقيقي بين قابلية الاستدامة والصمود أو التوقف والجمود. فسيل المخاطر والتهديدات المحيطة بعالمنا اليوم من تفجر للنزاعات بين الدول وانتشار أسلحة الدمار الشامل وتصاعد ظاهرة الإرهاب وتفاقم مستويات الفقر فضلا عن التهديدات المرتبطة بالكوارث الطبيعية وتغيير المناخ وتحديات الأمن الغذائي إضافة لتزايد التهديدات والمخاطر الحديثة في الفضاء الرقمي وتأثيرها على الأمن السيبراني. كل ذلك وأكثر بات يتطلب تعاونا دوليا قائما على الشراكة والمسؤولية. وفي هذا الصدد نؤكد على أهمية ما ورد في مبادرة الأمين العام التي تحمل عنوان خطتنا المشتركة والتي شخصت ما يواجه المجتمع الدولي من تحديات تتطلب تضافر الجهود لمعالجتها على مختلف المستويات الوطنية والإقليمية والدولية والاستفادة مما تملكه منظمتنا من إرث متراكم وتنوع للأدوات وتعدد الآليات. سيد الرئيس، حرصت دولة الكويت ومنذ قرابة العقدين من الزمن إيمانا منها بمبدأ حسن الجوار على مساعدة العراق للنهوض بنفسه من خلال العمل الوثيق والمتواصل الهادف لإعادة العراق إلى وضعه ومكانته الإقليمية والدولية الملائمة التي تمكنه من تحقيق آمال وتطلعات شعبه الشقيق. إلا أننا تفاجأنا بصدور حكم عن المحكمة الاتحادية العليا في جمهورية العراق الشقيقة يقضي بعدم دستورية قانون التصديق على اتفاقية تنظيم الملاحة البحرية في خور عبد الله المبرمة بين دولة الكويت وجمهورية العراق في عام 2012 والتي تم التصديق عليها وإيداعها لدى الأمم المتحدة في العام 2013 وما تضمنه الحكم من مغالطات تاريخية تجاه دولة الكويت بالإضافة إلى تفاجؤنا بقرار حكومة جمهورية العراق قبل أيام بإلغاء بروتوكول المبادلة الأمني الموقع بين قيادة القوة البحرية الكويتية وقيادة القوة البحرية العراقية في العام 2008 وما سيصاحب ذلك من تداعيات سلبية على الأمن المائي وتنظيم الملاحة في خور عبد الله. لذلك ستعتبر دولة الكويت اتفاقية تنظيم الملاحة في خور عبد الله وبروتوكول المبادلة الأمني ساريين لما لهما من أهمية في حفظ الأمن
protocol
وسلامة
are
الملاحة
still valid in
حيث
light of their
إنها
importance
تحول
for
دون خلق فوضى
navigation and for
وخرق
maritime safety and
للحدود.
security. These
الاحتمالية
agreements
الكبيرة
help
لتدفق
prevent chaos
تجارة الأسلحة
and
والمخدرات
accidents in the region.
وهما أمرين
They can also
رئيسيين
protect us
لتمويل
from
الميليشيات
trafficking in arms and
الإرهابية
narcotics,
المختلفة.
which are
من
sources
هذا المنبر السامي والذي
of
انطلقت
revenue
منه
for
مسيرة
terrorist and extremist
الدبلوماسية متعددة الأطراف
from this podium,
الرامية إلى الحفاظ على الأمن
which symbolizes
والسلم
multilateral
الدوليين.
diplomacy.
تؤكد دولة الكويت
We
على
must maintain
ضرورة
international peace and
اتخاذ
security,
حكومة
and Kuwait would
جمهورية
like to
العراق
confirm
إجراءات
the importance of the Iraqi
مملوسة
government taking tangible
ملموسة
measures
وحاسمة وعاجلة
and decisive measures
لمعالجة تداعيات
urgently
الحكم والمغالطات التاريخية الواردة
remedy
به
the consequences of this ruling
بما
and its
يحفظ
historic
علاقات
contradictions
حسن الجوار
in order
كما
to protect
تشدد
good
بلادي
neighborly relations.
على ضرورة
And at the same
الالتزام
time, we emphasize
بأمن
the
واستقلالية
importance
وسلامة أراضي كل البلدين
of
والاتفاقيات
ensuring security,
المبرمة بينهما
independence, and the territorial integrity of both
والقرارات
countries, as well as
الدولية
compliance with
ذات
the agreements
الصلة
concluded by the
وعلى
two
رأسها
states, as well as
قرار
international
مجلس
relevant
الأمن
resolutions, especially Security Council Resolution
833 والذي
833,
خطط الحدود البرية والبحرية بين الجانبين
which form the
حتى
basis
العلامة
for the
البحرية
delimitation of terrestrial and maritime
رقم
borders.
162. وندعو العراق الشقيق لإثبات حسن النوايا
And we call on
واستكمال
Brotherly Iraq to
اجتماعات
show
الفرق
goodwill
الفنية المعينة بترسيم
to
الحدود
continue
لما بعد النقطة
meetings of technical
162
teams responsible for border delimitation
وفقا للقوانين
beyond point 162,
والمواثيق الدولية. هذا
pursuant to
وتحتفظ دولة
international laws and
الكويت
conventions.
بكامل حقها
And Kuwait
باتخاذ ما تراه
reserves the
مناسبا
right
من
to
إجراءات
undertake the
على
requisite measures
المستويين القانوني والدولي لحفظ
both
حقوقها
legal and
الشرعية
international measures to
والقانونية
defend its
الثابتة
legitimate and
وفقا
legal
للقرارات
right
الدولية وقواعد القانون الدولي
pursuant to international resolutions
والتي طالما
and the norms of
حرصت
international
وتحرص على احترامها وتطبيقها في
which we
علاقاتها
have
مع
always
كافة الدول.
complied with and applied in
سيد
our relations
الرئيس،
with all states.
75 سنة عانى خلالها الأشقاء من الشعب الفلسطيني
75
الحر
years
عن عجز المجتمع الدولي عن
That
تنفيذ
is
قرارات
the duration of the
الشرعية
suffering of the
الدولية
free
ومن
Palestinian people,
ممارسات الاحتلال
suffering caused by
الإسرائيلي
the failure of the international
التي
community to implement
تنتهك
its own
كافة الأعراف
resolutions
والقوانين الدولية.
on
هنا
international
نؤكد
legitimacy. They
على
suffer from
مركزية
Israeli
القضية
occupation, which
الفلسطينية
violates all
في
international
عالمين
norms and
العربي
conventions. And
والإسلامي
here we'd like to
وفي
underscore
إطار التنفيذ لقرارات
essential
الجمعية العامة.
importance for the Arab
تقدمت
Muslim
بلادي
world
بمرافعة خطية
when it comes to the implementation of
إلى
GA
محكمة
resolutions.
العدل الدولية
My
من
country
أجل إصدارها فتوى بشأن الآثار المترتبة على انتهاكها
presented a hearing before
انتهاكات
the
الاحتلال
International Court of
الإسرائيلي
Justice.
المستمر
It had
لحق الشعب
spoken with
الفلسطيني
regard to the
بتقرير
repercussions of
المصير
Israeli occupation and its
مؤكدين
violation
على
of
موقفنا
the
الثابت
rights of the
والمبدئي
Palestinian
في
people to
دعم الحق
self-determination.
الفلسطيني المرتكزة على قرارات
We had
الشرعية
emphasized
الدولية
our
وعلى
constant
مبادرة
opposition
السلام
to
العربية
this and our support for the rights
وصولا
of the
إلى
Palestinian
قيام
people based on
الدولة
international
الفلسطينية المستقلة
legitimacy and the Arab Peace
وعاصمتها القدس
Initiative
الشرقية على
until
حدود
an
الرابع من يونيو
independent Palestinian state is established with East Jerusalem as its capital within the 1967
وإنما
borders.
يشهده السودان الشقيق من أحداث مؤسفة جراء الاشتباكات المسلحة له مداعاة للقلق البالغ داعين كافة الأطراف المعنية إلى ضرورة الوقف الفوري للقتال واللجوء إلى منطق الحوار والعودة للمسار السياسي السلمي بما يحفظ أمن واستقرار السودان ووحدة أراضيه معربين عن الدعم لكافة المبادرات الإقليمية والدولية الجارية بهذا الشأن بما فيها المبادرة السعودية الأمريكية.
Confirm our support to all international initiatives in this regard, including the initiative of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the U.S. With regard to our brotherly country, Yemen, we once again reiterate our support for the efforts of the UN through its special envoy of the SG to Yemen to resume the political process in order to arrive at a comprehensive solution based on three pillars: the Gulf Initiative
التنفيذية ومخرجات مؤتمر الحوار الوطني وقرارات مجلس الأمن ذات الصلة لا سيما القرار 2216 وبما يحفظ أمن واستقرار اليمن ووحدة أراضيه.
In order to guarantee
وفيما يخص سوريا نؤكد على ضرورة تكثيف الجهود للتوصل إلى حل سياسي وبملكية سورية خالصة وبما يتوافق مع قرارات مجلس الأمن ذات الصلة لا سيما القرار 2254
while respecting the relevant SC resolutions, especially resolution 2254.
وترسيخا لقواعد حسن الجوار الواردة في ميثاق الأمم المتحدة فإننا نجدد الدعوة لجمهورية إيران الإسلامية إلى اتخاذ تدابير جادة لبناء الثقة للبدء في حوار مبني على احترام الدول وعدم التدخل في شؤونها الداخلية والحفاظ على سلامة أمن وحرية الملاحة البحرية من أي تهديدات كما تؤكد بلادي على أن ملكية الثروات الطبيعية في المنطقة المغمورة المحاذية للمنطقة المقسومة الكويتية السعودية بما فيها حقل الدرة بكامله هي ملكية مشتركة بين دولة الكويت والمملكة العربية السعودية فقط ولهما وحدهما كامل الحقوق لاستغلال الثروات كما تؤكد دولة الكويت
These two countries alone have full rights to exploit these natural resources. Kuwait also categorically rejects any claim
في هذا الحقل
of the existence of any rights belonging to other
أو
parties
المنطقة المغمورة المحاذية للمنطقة المقسومة بحدودها المعنية بين دولة الكويت والمملكة العربية السعودية.
determined by Kuwait and Saudi Arabia.
إننا إذ نتطلع لتعزيز الحوار العالمي المتركز على نشر ثقافة التعايش والتسامح والسلم على كافة المستويات ما زال أتباع الدين الإسلامي يواجهون هجمات استفزازية غير مسؤولة من قبل عدد من المتطرفين
facing provocative and irresponsible attacks from certain extremists
من عواصم ومدن
who
بعض
burned
الدول
copies of the Holy
تحت
Quran
مبررات
in many
واهية
capitals
باسم
of
حرية
certain states
التعبير والرأي
under
الأمر الذي يتطلب تضافر الجهود الدولية نحو اتخاذ خطوات جادة للحد من خطاب الكراهية والتضليل الإعلامي الذي يستهدف المسلمين. سيد الرئيس، قامت دولة الكويت من خلال رؤيتها التنموية تحت شعار كويت جديدة بمواكبة ومتابعة كافة المؤشرات الاقتصادية والمالية الدولية لتحويل الكويت إلى مركز مالي
monitoring implementation of all indicators and international norms to turn Kuwait into a financial, commercial, and cultural hub that can effectively interact with the rest of the region and the rest of the world,
ترتكز على عنصر المبادرة النابع من إرث إطاري وإنساني جبل عليه الآباء والأجداد. وفي ظل ما يشهد عالمنا من تدهور بيئي قامت بلادي وبشكل طوعي ومدروس بإحراز تقدم واضح للوفاء بالالتزامات وبحسب الإمكانيات المتاحة، خاصة في مجال إعادة تأهيل قطاعات النفط والصناعة والنقل بهدف التقليل أو الحد من الانبعاثات وتنويع مصادر الطاقة وتحسين كفاءتها والاستعانة بالطاقة البديلة والمتجددة، فضلا عن تعهدنا للوصول إلى الحياة الكربوني بحلول عام 2050 في القطاعات النفطية. إن دول مجلس التعاون لدول الخليج العربية كانت وما زالت رائدة في دعم المجتمع الدولي المتعدد الأطراف لإيمانها بمركزية في تضافر الجهود نحو التصدي للتحديات المشتركة، ونتطلع لنجاح مؤتمر تغيير المناخ كوب 28 المزمع عقده بإمارة دبي في دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة الشقيقة، وما سيولده من حشد للدعم الدولي اللازم للمبادئ التوجيهية لتنفيذ عنصر اتفاق باريس. كما ترحب وتثمن بلادي بإعلان المملكة العربية السعودية الشقيقة تأسيس منظمة عالمية للمياه مقرها الرياض تهدف إلى تطوير وتكامل جهود الدول والمنظمات لمعالجة تحديات المياه بشكل شمولي، سعيا لضمان استدامة موارد المياه. كما لا يفوتني أن أنقل ثناء بلادي وترحيبها باستضافة دولة قطر الشقيقة إكسبو البستنة بعنوان صحراء خضراء بيئة أفضل، سعيا لتشجيع الحلول المبتكرة نحو استدامة المناطق الصحراوية. وفي الختام، انطلاقا من إيمان دولة الكويت الراسخ بالمواساة والعدالة وحقوق الإنسان، فإننا نتطلع لدعم الدول الأعضاء في الأمم المتحدة لنيل دولة الكويت عضوية مجلس حقوق الإنسان للفترة 2024 إلى 2026 في الانتخابات التي ستجري في شهر أكتوبر المقبل، وسنسعى من خلال عضويتنا تلبية تطلعات العالم النامي بمد جسور التعاون والعمل بما يسهم في التوصل إلى حلول شاملة وعادلة تعالج القضايا ذات الصلة بحقوق الإنسان وفقا لأحكام القانون الدولي والقانون الإنساني الدولي والقانون الدولي لحقوق الإنسان وقرارات الشرعية الدولية، وذلك بعيدا عن الانتقائية وازدواجية المعايير وسياسة فرض الأمر الواقع. ولا يسعني إلا أن أجدد تمسكنا بالنظام الدولي المتعدد الأطراف وبمبادئ وأهداف ميثاق الأمم المتحدة، وبما يكفل تطوير وتعزيز الحوكمة الدولية لضمان تحقيق رسالتها السامية في حفظ السلم والأمن الدوليين وخدمة البشرية جمعاء. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Je tiens à remercier le Premier ministre de l'État du Koweït de l'allocution qu'il vient de prononcer et je prie le protocole de bien vouloir accompagner son Altesse. Je donne à présent la parole à son Excellence M. Alexander Schallenberg, ministre fédéral des Affaires européennes et internationales de l'Autriche. Monsieur le ministre, vous avez la parole.
Madame la Présidente, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we are meeting in this hall today at a time that is undeniably one of the most challenging in recent history. One look at the news and we see the highest number of violent conflicts since World War II, including a full-scale war of aggression of Russia against Ukraine, an intensifying global climate crisis, with extreme weather events causing devastation around the world, rising poverty, social divisions, and a backsliding of human rights and development gains hard-earned over the last decades. The world seems to be in a sad state of affairs, and one wonders where the worst is yet to come. We are indeed living in a time of uncertainty, in a time between times, so to say. The old order is fading and a new one is yet to emerge. Sometimes I compare our current situation to an earthquake. The entire earth is still shaking, and the tectonic plates are still moving. And we don't know yet where they will come to rest, but we instinctively feel that the fault lines will be deeper and wider in the end. We already see shifts and cracks in our trade systems, in our security systems, in our multilateral systems. No wonder that this leads to a sense of insecurity and unease, to the feeling of living in a permanent state of emergency. In this era of transformation, our cities are rightly expecting answers. And I deeply believe that as politicians, it is our responsibility to formulate hopeful yet realistic visions. This means looking at the world as it is, lucid and clear-headed, without rose-tinted glasses. This also means that we have to be on our guard against those polarizing populists who spread fake news and offer seemingly easy answers to complex questions, who want us to believe that we can solve problems by simply negating them, by pulling up the drawbridge and decoupling from reality, be it on climate change, be it on disruptive technologies like AI, mutual political and economic dependencies, or the growing multipolarity in geopolitics. We cannot simply close our eyes to the complex realities of our modern world. There are simply no silver bullets and no quick fixes. This would be another and very dangerous form of wishful thinking. After all, we should know, and I would claim especially in Europe, that wishful thinking is never a solid basis for policy. This was painfully proven to us on February the 24th last year when Russia brutally invaded Ukraine. Ladies and gentlemen, for a country like Austria, militarily neutral, export-oriented, and at the heart of the European continent, the answer clearly lies in cooperation. We understand that in order to deliver for our own citizens, to make their lives more secure, create economic opportunities, and tackle global challenges, we need to work in partnership with others. That is why we are so deeply invested in multilateralism. It is part of Austria's DNA, actually, not least because Vienna is proud home of one of the UN headquarters and over 50 international organizations. We know that the rules-based international order is our only protective shield against a world where might makes right, where unilateralism and the use of force rule. And frankly, I believe that nobody in this room can deny that the rules-based international order, with all its imperfections, agreed, has served us all pretty well over the last 8 decades, through a free and open global economy, through preventive diplomacy and peacekeeping, which has brought stability to our neighborhoods, an effort which Austrian Blue Helmets have been supporting since 1960, through a web of international treaties and agreements addressing such diverse issues as disarmament or climate change, and through a system of human rights established 75 years ago in the Universal Declaration and confirmed 30 years ago in the Vienna Declaration and Programme of Action. However, we must ask ourselves honestly Is this system, is multilateral system still fit for the purpose? Can it last for another 80 years? The answer, ladies and gentlemen, is simple and sobering. No, it cannot and it will not. We need to reform in order to preserve. Because what we are seeing and what I'm hearing very loudly in this very hall is that the rules-based international order is not inclusive enough. The Security Council no longer reflects today's world. It needs to offer a seat to more countries left out at the time of its establishment, including from Africa. And I can assure you that Austria will continue to push for reform, including in our candidature for a non-permanent seat at elections in 2026. The multinational system is not proactive and effective enough. It has made little impact in places like Afghanistan, where women are systematically denied the most basic rights to education and to participate in public life. In the Sahel region, where a series of coups d'etat serve only the generals, not the citizens. And it has not been able to stop Russia, a P5, from invading its sovereign neighbor Ukraine in a fit of near-imperialist aggression. Ladies and gentlemen, what I'm talking about is enlightened self-interest. I stand here in front of you today as a representative of a smaller country with a great history. A country that after the First World War shrank from an empire with over 50 million inhabitants to a state with less than 10 million people and a fraction of its former territory. And yet, where do we stand today in Austria? Today, Austria is a successful and flourishing country with a high degree of social stability, economic prosperity, and environmental protection, with its capital, Vienna, voted again and again as the world's most livable city. I believe there's a message there. There's a message to those countries and leaders who want to turn back the clock, who abuse history as a pretext to justify the violence today. They're on a wrong track. You cannot build a future while being stuck in the past. We Austrians, we have learned from our history. And it's precisely these experiences of the past that make us care so strongly about multilateralism. There is simply no better alternative. No better alternative for safeguarding our prosperity and security and for tackling global challenges. That's why we are so deeply invested in our partnerships with our friends and neighbors in Europe and within the European Union, with organizations such as the UN and the OSCE, with our strategic partners around the globe, and with engaged civil society organizations and the private sector. We have also increased our outreach to the Asian Pacific region, and we are engaging with African partners in the spirit of, that's very important, in the spirit of mutual respect and common interests. Dear colleagues, in the beginning I said we should take a look at the world as it is. And the bitter fact is we are more divided than ever. All too often, even in this hall, we talk at rather than with each other. We speak rather than listen. So today, I would like to remember all of us for what this hall was actually built in the first place, as a space of real dialogue, not as an echo chamber, not as a club of like-minded countries, as a place where we advocate our principles and values, yes, but without denying other point of views, where, yes, we have heated debates, difficult negotiations and hard negotiations, but where in the end we always reach a compromise. Let me be very clear, I'm not championing nihilism or moral reductionism. We know exactly where we stand. And Austria will always speak out for the values and principles that we hold dear, proudly and resolutely. Because I'm deeply convinced that our societies, based on freedom, pluralism, on individual rights, are the best guarantee for our citizens' security and prosperity. But at the same time, I clearly reject the notion of you're either with us or you're against us. The idea of canceling whole societies and cultures of reverting to moralizing, finger-pointing, or self-righteousness. This is a lesson that we Europeans also have to learn, and I believe we have to learn it very quickly. Let's not kid ourselves. The world is simply not black and white. It is simply not that easy. To me, this is not, and it would not be, responsible statecraft. It might play well with the social media bubble, but it does not reflect reality. And it will only strengthen the fringes of our societies, not the center. That is why Austria will continue to be a champion of sensible and pragmatic multilateralism as we adapt, innovate, and recalibrate our international cooperation. All of this, yes, is difficult. It requires endurance, strategic patience, a lot of explaining, and a healthy dose of realism. But if we succeed, all of us will be better off. And we will emerge from this era of transformation stronger, more prosperous, and more resilient. Thank you for your attention.
I thank the Federal Minister for European and International Affairs of Austria. I now give the floor to His Excellency Mahamat Sareh Anadif, Minister of State, Minister of Foreign Affairs, Chadians Abroad and International Cooperation of Chad.
Monsieur le Président,
Distinguished President,
Mesdames, Messieurs les chefs d'État et de délégation, Monsieur le Secrétaire général des Nations Unies, distingués participants, Mesdames, Messieurs,
ladies and gentlemen,
c'est un plaisir et un honneur pour moi de prendre la parole aujourd'hui, jour anniversaire de l'adhésion de mon pays, le Tchad, aux Nations Unies, pour partager avec vous nos perspectives à ces assises annuelles de l'Organisation des Nations Unies, lieu par excellence où se discutent les enjeux de notre devenir commun. Permettez-moi, avant d'aller plus loin, de féliciter Son Excellence M. Denis Francis, représentant permanent de Trinité et Tobago, élu président de la présente session de l'Assemblée Générale, et lui souhaiter plein succès dans sa mission au cours de laquelle nous lui garantissons notre soutien sans réserve. Je tiens aussi à féliciter et remercier Son Excellence M. Sabah Korossi, président de l'Assemblée Générale sortant, pour son brillant mandat. Je m'en voudrais cependant si j'omettais de rendre un hommage mérité à M. Antonio Guterres, secrétaire général des Nations Unies, pour son engagement et son leadership affirmé dans la conduite de la destinée de notre organisation en proie à des défis de plus en plus prégnants et complexes. Distingués invités, Mesdames, Messieurs, notre rêve commun de bâtir un monde stable et paisible où doivent s'épanouir les générations actuelles et futures s'effrite au fil des ans. L'espoir d'une vie meilleure et accomplie que nous appelons tous de nos vœux cède de plus en plus le pas à l'angoisse et à l'incertitude. Les conflits armés, le terrorisme, le changement climatique, les migrations à grande échelle, le sous-développement, la pauvreté, les crises politiques, économiques et financières prennent une proportion sans commune mesure. Tous les jours, nous vivons des scènes atroces et traumatisantes qui heurtent notre sensibilité humaine. Des milliers de réfugiés et de personnes déplacées fuyant les conflits ou les cataclysmes naturels, bravent le froid ou la chaleur avec un mince espoir de trouver un meilleur asile. À cet instant, les Tchadiennes et les Tchadiens ont une pensée pieuse à l'endroit de leurs sœurs et leurs frères du Maroc et de la Libye, victimes des dernières tragédies. Ils leur présentent toutes leurs condoléances. C'est pourquoi nous saluons la pertinence du thème de cette 70e session ordinaire de l'Organisation des Nations Unies, à savoir rétablir la confiance et raviver la solidarité mondiale, accélérer l'action sur l'agenda 2030 et ses objectifs de développement durable vers la paix, la prospérité, le progrès et la durabilité pour tous. Oui, c'est un principal effort expressif. Les mots mis en évidence ont toute leur signification au-delà de leur charge symbolique. Oui, il est temps de rétablir la confiance et de raviver la solidarité, car de plus en plus, les Nations Unies montrent des limites à incarner ces valeurs fortes qui fondent pourtant son essence première. Oui, la confiance est une urgence dans notre monde, tant notre monde a perdu ses repères et ses référents, notamment par la pratique de la politique de 2 poids, 2 mesures. Oui, la solidarité est un impératif de premier ordre, tant cette valeur si chère et si précieuse à l'humanité s'est fortement érodée. Aujourd'hui, plus qu'hier, les nations doivent conjuguer leurs forces et mutualiser leurs énergies pour accélérer la mise en œuvre de projets et programmes en lien avec les objectifs de développement durable. La paix, la prospérité, le progrès et la durabilité collective exigent des investissements forts de l'ensemble de nos nations, notamment de ceux qui sont les plus développés. Cette action vivement recommandée devrait se faire sans exclusive et sans préjudice pour que la confiance attendue soit une réalité tangible. Distingués invités, mesdames, messieurs, à présent, permettez-moi de partager avec vous de manière succincte l'état des lieux de la matérialisation de l'agenda 2030 dans mon pays, le Tchad. En effet, dès l'adoption en septembre 2015 du programme, le gouvernement du Tchad s'est engagé à opérationnaliser les 17 objectifs du développement durable qui en découlent. Cet engagement est conforté par la pertinence des ODD au regard du contexte et des défis de développement au Tchad, notamment dans tous les domaines cibles des ODD qui sont le développement du capital humain, la réduction de la pauvreté et l'amélioration des conditions de vie de la population, la gestion durable de l'environnement et la consolidation de la paix et de la stabilité. Dans cette optique, le gouvernement inscrit les ODD au nombre des priorités de la prospective, à savoir Vision 2030, le Tchad que nous voulons, et du Plan national de développement pour la période 2017-2021, prorogé jusqu'en décembre 2023, ainsi que le nouveau PND en cours d'adoption pour la période 2024-2028. La mise en œuvre des ODD au Tchad s'est faite malheureusement dans un contexte marqué entre autres par la chute des cours des matières premières sur les marchés mondiaux, les attaques répétées de la secte Boko Haram, la crise sanitaire due à la pandémie du Covid-19, les changements climatiques, les conflits intercommunautaires dans les pays voisins avec effet direct sur notre population, ainsi que les conflits politico-militaire. Cette situation est aujourd'hui aggravée par la guerre en cours au Soudan voisin. À cette date, nous dénombrons plus de 400 000 nouveaux réfugiés, en plus de 600 000 réfugiés déjà installés au Tchad depuis plusieurs années. À ces chiffres s'ajoutent les réfugiés venant de notre voisinage immédiat et d'ailleurs. Ainsi, sur une population totale de 17 millions d'habitants de Tchadiens, près de 2 millions sont des réfugiés. C'est un fardeau bien lourd pour le Tchad. Mon pays en appelle à une action rapide, concertée et globale de toute la communauté internationale pour faire face à cette catastrophe humanitaire, probablement la pire en cours dans notre monde. Par ailleurs, le Tchad salue l'organisation en marge de l'Assemblée Générale des Nations Unies de 2 sommets, l'un sur le changement climatique et l'autre sur la couverture sanitaire universelle. Sur le changement climatique, le Tchad, à l'instar d'autres pays membres des Nations Unies, fonde l'espoir que la dynamique enclenchée par le secrétaire général des Nations Unies sur la nécessité d'une action mondiale contre les changements climatiques permettra de mobiliser les ressources nécessaires pour la mise en œuvre de l'accord de Paris et des directives qui en découlent. Concernant la couverture sanitaire universelle engagée de longue date par nos différents pays, elle demeure à terme la solution la plus appropriée pour répondre aux besoins de soins de santé de qualité accessibles à moindre coût pour tous, ainsi que pour renforcer nos systèmes de santé déjà fragilisés par la pandémie de Covid-19. Le gouvernement tchadien y veille avec toute l'attention requise. Mesdames, Messieurs, comme vous le savez, depuis le décès brusque et tragique du président Idriss Déby Itno, paix à son âme, le Tchad est engagé dans un processus de transition politique inclusif et transparent. Le premier jalon de cette transition fut la conclusion de l'accord de Doha entre le gouvernement et les mouvements politico-militaires en août 2022. Cet accord a permis le retour au pays de nombreux Tchadiens, exilés ou réfugiés. Cette volonté politique manifeste de donner à notre pays un nouveau départ et permettre sa refondation s'est traduite par la tenue d'un dialogue national inclusif et souverain qui a rassemblé l'écrasante majorité des forces vives de la nation pendant 45 jours. Aujourd'hui, le gouvernement d'union nationale, issu de ces assises, est à pied d'œuvre pour la tenue du référendum constitutionnel qui déterminera la forme de l'État. L'adoption de la nouvelle loi fondamentale ouvrira la voie au rétablissement progressif de l'ordre constitutionnel à l'échéance fixée par le dialogue national inclusif et souverain. Sous l'impulsion du chef de l'État, le président de la transition, des réformes hardies tout à la fois administratives, judiciaires, sécuritaires et militaires ont été exécutées. D'autres sont en cours. Dans l'intervalle, des gestes forts d'apaisement allant de l'ouverture de l'espace politique à la grâce présidentielle ont contribué à défendre le climat au sein de la classe politique. Cette dynamique de dialogue participatif a permis également la mise en place d'un cadre de concertation des partis politiques sur des bases plurielles. Sayyidati Sadati, فيما يتعلق
Ladies and
بالأزمة
gentlemen,
السودانية
with
تكرر
regard to
تشاد
Sudanese
دعوتها
crisis, Chad
إلى وقف دائم
reiterates its
لإطلاق
call
النار
for
وترى
a lasting
إنه
ceasefire.
لا يمكن
Chad believes
حل الأزمة عسكريا
that there is no military solution
وإنما
to the
الحل
conflict that
في الحوار السياسي
is
الشامل
currently taking place.
بين الأشقاء السودانيين.
The solution lies in dialogue
Mesdames, Messieurs,
between our
il y a 2
Sudanese
jours,
brothers.
plus précisément le 19
days
septembre,
ago,
à
September
l'ouverture de
19,
l'Assemblée
the
Générale des
opening
Nations
of the
Unies,
UN General
le
Assembly,
secrétaire général
Secretary
Antonio
General
Guterres
Antonio
interrogeait
Guterres
la gouvernance mondiale
questioned
symbolisée
the
par
global
le Conseil de
governance
sécurité de
embodied by
l'Organisation
the
des
UN
Nations
Security
Unies
Council
et le
and
système
the
de Bretton
Bretton
Woods
Woods
en
system.
des termes forts,
In
et
strong
je
terms,
cite,
I quote,
l'alternative
"The choice
n'est
is
pas
not
entre la réforme
reform
et le statu quo.
or the status quo. The
L'alternative
choice is
est entre la réforme
reform
et une
or ever
fragmentation
greater fragmentation.
encore plus grande. C'est la réforme
Is
ou c'est la
reform
rupture.
or breakdown."
Fin de citation.
End quote.
Qui peut de plus
What
face
more
à
can be
la
said
recrudescence des
in light of
rivalités
the
géopolitiques
resurgence
actuelles
of current
avec le
geopolitical
risque
rivalries,
d'une nouvelle guerre froide
with the risk of a
dommageable
new Cold
pour
War
la paix dans le monde,
that would jeopardize
alors que
peace
le
throughout the world at a time when
multilatéralisme
multilateralism
rencontre
is
une crise
undergoing
grave.
a severe crisis.
Face à cette dure réalité,
In light of
le
this
Tchad
difficult
souscrit
reality,
à
Chad
l'appel à la
supports
réforme du
calls
Conseil
for
de
the
sécurité
reform
des
of the
Nations
Security
Unies,
Council
tel que reflété dans
as
la
reflected
position commune
in
africaine
the common African
connue sous
position
l'appellation
as laid out
du
in
consensus
the Eswini
des îles Unies
Consensus
et de la
and the
déclaration
CERT
de Sylte.
Declaration.
Enfin,
Lastly,
au nom des principes fondateurs de
for the sake of
l'Organisation
the
des Nations Unies,
fundamental principles
le
of
Tchad
the UN,
encourage
Chad
l'approche de
encourages
solutions basées sur la création d'un
solution
État
involving the
palestinien
creation of
indépendant
an
et souverain
independent and sovereign
vivant en
Palestinian
sécurité
state living in
aux côtés
security side by
de
side
l'État
with
d'Israël.
the state of Israel.
Toujours au nom du même principe, le
Under the
Tchad
same principle,
réitère
Chad reiterates
son appel
its
en faveur de
call
la levée
for
de
lifting
l'embargo
the embargo
imposé à Cuba,
imposed
embargo
against
qui
Cuba,
pose
an embargo
préjudice
which
aux
harms
populations
the Cuban
cubaines.
population.
Je vous remercie
Thank you
de votre
for your
aimable
kind
attention.
attention.
I thank the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Chadians Abroad and International Cooperation of Chad for his statement. I now give the floor to His Excellency Robert Dusse, Minister of Foreign Affairs, Regional Integration, and Togolese Abroad. Protocol escort His Excellency.
Monsieur le Président de l'Assemblée Générale,
President of the General Assembly,
Mesdames et Messieurs les chefs
ladies and
d'État et de
gentlemen, heads
gouvernement,
of state and government,
Monsieur le Secrétaire Général,
Secretary
distingués
General,
invités,
sir, distinguished guests,
Mesdames et Messieurs,
ladies and gentlemen,
permettez-moi avant tout propos,
may I commence
à l'occasion de la 78e
on
session
the 78th
de
session
l'Assemblée
of
Générale
the General
de notre
Institution
institution
of
commune,
our institution, our
au nom de
shared
mon pays, le
institution,
Togo,
on behalf
et
of
de
my
son
country,
Excellence,
Togo,
Président Faure
and
Issa
His
Zinani
Excellency,
Assimbe,
President Faure Issa
adresser
Zinani
mes chaleureuses
Assimbe,
félicitations
may I
à
express
Monsieur
my
Denis Francis
warmest
de
congratulations to Mr.
Trinidad
Dennis
justice in this relation and partnership with the rest of the world, with the major power, whatever they may be. Today, Africans want to be true partners. Africa certainly does not have the same megaphones as the great power of the world, but the voice of Africa counts and must count if we want to have Africa as a partner on major international issues. La question de la réforme de l'architecture multinationale mondiale préoccupe l'Afrique au point qu'elle sera
is of great concern for Africa and will be at the heart of the 9th Pan-African Conference of 2024 scheduled in Lomé. For those who do not know, the time has come of an African awakening.
Panafricain et conformément aux nobles objectifs des pères des indépendances africaines.
In accordance with the noble objectives of the fathers of African independence, Africa and Africans demand and will make their voices heard in a sovereign, free and independent fashion on the international scene. President, ladies and gentlemen, Africa knows what it wants. The African people and those of the global south are frustrated because they feel that they're insulted, dehumanized, and sometimes they ask, who are you to flout our humanity in this way?
Pour nous mépriser ainsi? Qui donc êtes-vous pour nous humilier ainsi? Notre organisation commune, l'Union africaine, travaille à porter au mieux l'espoir et la voix d'une Afrique blessée, souveraine, qui veut être souveraine, libre et indépendante sur la scène internationale. Mais aussi, nous y travaillons dans le cadre de l'Alliance politique africaine lancée à Lomé, au Togo. La rivalité entre les grandes puissances ne doivent pas être d'emblée celles africaines. Tout le défi pour nous, nations africaines, c'est d'éviter de prendre part à des rivalités qui ne sont pas les nôtres. Il nous faut porter nos propres combats, qui sont entre autres la lutte contre le néocolonialisme, la lutte contre la pauvreté, l'industrialisation du continent et la prospérité économique, le combat pour la paix, la lutte contre la désafricanisation de l'Afrique et pour la renaissance africaine et la dignité, la lutte pour nous libérer définitivement de toute subordination étrangère, l'engagement pour une meilleure représentativité de notre continent dans le concert des nations et du continent. Nos combats ne sont ni ceux de l'Ouest, ni ceux de l'Est, encore moins ceux d'un quelconque bord ou partie du monde. Nous devons nous concentrer sur nos combats actuels et à venir. La politique internationale ne saurait être réduite à un champ caporalisé où l'on soit obligé de prendre position en faveur d'un camp contre un autre. Nous voulons un système international reformé, fondé sur des valeurs et des principes que respecte tout le monde et respectueux du droit des peuples à se positionner librement selon leurs convenances sur la scène internationale. Le droit des peuples à disposer d'eux-mêmes implique le droit de chaque État à se comporter comme il veut sur la scène internationale, dans les limites du respect de ses engagements internationaux. Sur les grands défis transnationaux de notre siècle, comme le changement climatique et la lutte contre le terrorisme international, nos vues peuvent rencontrer celles des autres, mais elles doivent demeurer nos vues, profondément réfléchies et arrêtées conformément à nos agendas propres. Il n'est plus question pour l'Afrique que nous voulons et portons de jouer les rôles de second plan dans la dynamique d'évolution du monde. L'Afrique dont je vous parle n'est plus prête à accepter la propension de certains pays à faire de leurs préoccupations d'ordre géostratégique celles des Africains. Monsieur le Président, Mesdames et Messieurs, au demeurant, les défis de notre monde sont grands et les nouvelles orientations africaines en matière de relations extérieures obéissent à la dynamique d'un renouveau et d'un changement de paradigme. Le temps est celui du réveil africain et panafricain où notre continent a repris conscience de lui-même et de ses responsabilités internes à l'égard du reste du monde. L'Afrique a besoin d'un partenariat respectueux de la stricte dignité de chacun. Nous voulons être vos partenaires et non vos sujets. Nous voulons servir nos peuples et non servir des intérêts étrangers. Cette nouvelle dynamique n'est dirigée, nous le disons et répétons, contre personne. Elle est l'expression d'une Afrique nouvelle, d'une Afrique africaine, africanophone, celle qui se veut libre, souveraine, indépendante et maître d'elle-même. Ensemble, pour la jeunesse africaine, elle est claire. Ces mots sont clairs. C'est ceci. Nous sommes fatigués par le paternalisme. Nous sommes fatigués par votre mépris de nos opinions publiques, votre mépris de nos populations et de nos dirigeants. Nous sommes fatigués par votre condescendance. Nous sommes fatigués par votre arrogance. Nous sommes fatigués. Nous sommes fatigués et nous sommes fatigués. Je vous remercie.
Thank you.
I thank the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Regional Integration and Togolese abroad of Togo. I now give the floor to Her Excellency Dominique Hasra, Minister of Foreign Affairs, Education and Sports of Liechtenstein.
Mr. President, we gather this year under even more daunting challenges. Our window to address climate change is narrowing rapidly. Progress in achieving the Sustainable Development Goals is stagnating. In part, it is even being reversed. There have never been more conflict since the creation of the United Nations. The number of displaced persons is at record levels, and food insecurity has doubled since 2020. Children are subject to more suffering than ever. An urgently needed political consensus on key agendas is becoming more challenging. The ability of the United Nations to function as the peace organization for our world is increasingly paralyzed. It is our joint responsibility to safeguard the international order for future generations. In doing so, we have an opportunity to make the United Nations stronger, more equitable, and more resilient. We are ready to tackle this task together with you, with a sense of deep responsibility, but also with courage and confidence in our ability to succeed. There is a common thread to the various challenges we are facing: the rule of law, which means that relations between states are governed by the law, that this law is the result of international agreements, that it applies to everyone, and that there are consequences if it's violated. This was the spirit that guided those who gathered in San Francisco in 1945 to agree on the Charter of the United Nations, the most successful and most impactful treaty ever adopted. At its very heart, the United Nations is a peace organization. It has risen from the ashes of two devastating world wars and makes a powerful promise to the future generations that the UN Charter addresses. That we, gathered in this assembly, we will not allow unlawful war-making to bring devastation, human suffering, and instability to the peoples that we represent. As leaders, we have to ask self-critically, are we trying hard enough to put these promises into action? Illegal warfare is the biggest challenge to this organization. And there is no doubt that the unprovoked and in its core colonizing war that Russia has been waging against its neighbor Ukraine, a founding member of the United Nations, is the most outrageous, blatant and manifest violation of the prohibition of the illegal use of force since the creation of the United Nations. For us, to stand up together against this act of aggression means, most importantly, standing up for the international order. This order is certainly the only security guarantee, especially for us as small states, but also for the international community. This assembly is the bedrock of genuine multilateralism, based on the principle of sovereign equality. As such, it has lived up admirably to the challenge it was handed by the Security Council, paralyzed by the use of the veto. Together, we have called for the complete withdrawal of all Russian troops from Ukraine territory. We have together defined the parameters for a just peace that we all want to see as soon as possible. And we have made together the legal determination that the actions by Russia against Ukraine amount to an act of aggression. We yet have to take the next obvious step together, to ensure criminal accountability for this act of aggression for the individuals who have ordered it in line with international law. We will continue our conversations with all of you to enable us to achieve this. This serves the goal of a just peace for Ukraine in accordance with the terms defined by us in this assembly. But it will also have a catalytic effect of far wider reach. In ensuring criminal accountability for the most manifest violations of the United Nations Charter, we will also protect ourselves, in particular the small states among us, our own sovereignty and territorial integrity. Our international order is founded on the prohibition of the illegal use of force. For this prohibition to be effective, it must be backed up by accountability, by the rule of law. This, of course, is the task of the International Criminal Court, established 25 years ago with competence over the most serious crimes under international law, the crime of aggression among them. We have to give the court the competence to exercise full jurisdiction as quickly as possible, so it can fulfill its task with respect to the illegal use of force. Mr. President, aggression is a fundamental challenge to all of us who have signed on the UN Charter. At its core, the United Nations is and must continue to be a peace organization. For billions of individuals, this building embodies the promise that we will respond collectively to those who openly undermine peace and security. This is why Liechtenstein has joined this organization over 3 decades ago. This is the pledge made to the future generation in San Francisco. And it is the expectation that our people have. The UN has evolved tremendously since its creation. It has been the crucial force in advancing international law. Its role as provider of humanitarian assistance has become irreplaceable. Its agencies and programs carry out functions of enormous importance to individuals around the globe. Yet, its core mission is and remains the maintenance of peace and security. And this is the role that we are challenged to safeguard. This is a difficult task. It is a fact that the Security Council is often unable to act. The deep political divisions among the permanent members are likely a reality for years to come. The pernicious effects of the veto are being mitigated, but they persist often to devastating effect for the people affected. Next year's Summit of the Future is an essential collective test for all of us. We must show our ability to find ways to ensure collective action when the Security Council fails in its tasks. This Assembly will therefore have to play a central role in a new agenda for peace. And we can do more to bring the Security Council's practice in line with the law we all have subscribed to when joining the United Nations. We are proud to have presented to this Assembly the Veto Initiative, which ensures accountability and institutional balance. We should now focus on ensuring that those who are parties to a dispute do not participate in the decision-making on these disputes. This is simply the law in the UN Charter, and its application has been neglected so far. Mr. President, in recent years, climate change has occupied an increasingly central place in our discussions. This hall has seen summit meeting after summit meeting on this issue. This year again, we are urgently reminded of the limited window we have to address the climate crisis. From weather extremes to sea level rise, all regions of the world are affected by climate change. But those who have done the least to cause the crisis in the first place are the ones most affected. We certainly are in the fight of our lives, as Secretary General Guterres has said. However, as we are gathering here, we are not on track to win this fight. We hope to see significant progress at the COP meeting in Abu Dhabi later this year. But that alone will not be enough. For climate change as well, the law must be guiding us. This is why we have strongly supported the request for an advisory opinion from the International Court of Justice on the question of climate change. We are confident that the court will help us to have clarity regarding the complex legal questions concerning climate change and thus assist in our common fight against this most existential threat. Mr. President, this initiative, led by Vanuatu, was yet another example of leadership from small states, a testament to genuine and effective multilateralism. Small states like ourselves, and we are indeed a majority in this Assembly, need the United Nations. But the United Nations also needs us, and more so than ever. It is us small states who look automatically beyond our national interests. We understand that our success does not have to come at the cost of someone else's loss. We look for partnerships as a matter of course and as a way to success. And we work for the rule of law as a matter of enlightened self-interest. At a time of competitive alliance building, our ability and willingness to forge common ground is indispensable for the future success of the United Nations. We can and we will play an important role in shaping the summit of the future. Mr. President, the 2030 Agenda remains one of the most successful expressions of common ground from the past decade. It plays an ever more important role in shaping government policies, and it is deeply embedded in the consciousness of our people. The SDGs may well be the most widely known agreement the UN has reached in the last decades. And yet, halfway through the implementation process, the picture is rather bleak. The number of people living in extreme poverty is higher than before the COVID pandemic. Hunger levels are back to 15 years ago. At the current pace, full gender equality is not just decades away, but in fact, centuries. And the lack of progress across our countries is mirrored in the difficulty to find political consensus on the way forward. This negative trend needs to be reversed now. The 2030 Agenda is the only global roadmap we have to overcome the multiple crises we face today. Liechtenstein's strong commitment to the SDGs is also reflected in its second voluntary national review I was honored to present earlier this year. Our official development assistance spending has been increased by 22% in comparison to 2018. This is meant to help reverse the negative trends in the fields of poverty reduction, food security, access to education, as well as climate protection. All government bills are now evaluated against the Sustainable Development Goals. Our commitment to 2030 Agenda is a genuine expression of multilateralism, of which we need to see more. Mr. President, gender equality is a central part of this agenda. We will not forget the countless women who suffer from violence and oppression worldwide. We will continue calling out situations of systematic gender persecution from Afghanistan to Iran. And we will continue calling for the empowerment of women to support the bravery of women who stand up to demand political change from Belarus to Myanmar. We need women's voices, an active role in our national politics and in international leadership positions, in particular in peace operations. Mr. President, the international community faces major challenges that will shape the future of us all. As highlighted at the beginning, by signing the UN Charter, we have given future generations the promise of all having a prosperous future. We can no longer afford to remain inactive and divided on key issues. Therefore, we have to face difficult questions and different interests. Even if solving these problems is not easy, we must never lose sight of the UN's very main purpose, which is to ensure global peace. This requires the contribution of all states, large and small. Rule of law, democracy, social justice, tolerance, and the ability to engage in dialogue are fundamental conditions for peace. In the spirit of San Francisco, Liechtenstein will continue to advocate strongly for these values within the international community. I thank you.
I thank the Minister for Foreign Affairs, Education and Sports of Liechtenstein. I now give the floor to Her Excellency Catherine Colonna, Minister of Europe and Foreign Affairs of France.
Monsieur le Président de l'Assemblée Générale,
Distinguished President of the General Assembly, distinguished heads of state and government,
Mesdames et Messieurs les ministres,
distinguished ministers,
Mesdames les ambassadrices, Messieurs les ambassadeurs,
ambassadors, ladies and gentlemen.
C'est un honneur pour moi
It is
que
an
de
honor
porter
for
devant
me
vous
to
la voix de la
speak
France.
on behalf of France
Je le
before
fais en
you.
mesurant combien est
I'm doing
importante
so in
notre
knowing
assemblée commune,
how much our
cette
common
assemblée de toutes nos
assembly,
nations,
this assembly
qui ont
of
décidé
all
d'unir
nations,
librement leur destin et d'agir
have
pour le
decided
bien commun.
to freely join their
C'est dans cet
destinies and
esprit
act
que je
for the
m'exprime
common
devant
good.
vous.
I speak before you in this spirit, in the spirit of those who almost 80 years ago sought to build on the ashes of the previous world, to bring institutions into a new era, an era in which all of us understand that while defending our own interests, we must abide by common principles, an era in which we all understand that those who are mighty today may be weak tomorrow, where the enemies of yesterday could be the friends of today. That is the path that France and Germany took, an era when power is governed by law, when the common challenges of humanity are at last taken on collectively instead of along the lines of every man for himself. It's what we learned to do in Europe, where we overcame centuries of conflict through cooperation and trust.
C'est cette recherche du bien commun, c'est cet esprit des Nations Unies
qui anime l'action internationale de la France.
That guides France's international action, the spirit
of a power that is confident in its principles, compassionate, and always willing to act collectively for the common good.
Nos principes, quels sont-ils?
What are our principles?
Ils sont ceux que cette
They are
Assemblée
the
a réaffirmés
principles
à
that this
d'écrasantes
Assembly
majorités lorsqu'elle a
reaffirmed
condamné
by a vast majority
l'agression
when it
russe contre
condemned the Russian
l'Ukraine.
aggression against
À déjà
Ukraine
3
3
reprises.
times now already.
Rien,
Nothing
ni moralement ni juridiquement, ne pourra
morally or
jamais
legally
justifier d'envahir son
ever
voisin,
justify
de
the
tenter des
invasion
annexions
of a
par des
neighboring
manœuvres
state, to
indignes
attempt to annex
et de
territory
martyriser la
through
population.
underhanded maneuvers and martyrize the
La France
population.
défend les principes
France
simples
defends the
d'égalité
simple
entre
principles
États,
of
de
equality
respect de leur
between
intégrité
states,
territoriale
respect for the
et
territorial
leur
integrity and
souveraineté,
their sovereignty.
principes
These are
avec lesquels
principles
personne
that
ne
no
peut
one
transiger.
should compromise.
La France défend aussi le principe
France
de la
also defends
sécurité
the principle
alimentaire.
of food security.
Qui pourra
Who
croire,
could believe,
malgré la confusion et la
despite the
propagande
confusion
que certains
and
répandent à
propaganda
l'envi,
that some are
que celui
wantonly
qui
disseminating,
détruit les
that
céréales
the
et
party
les
that is
silos à
destroying
grains
grains and
a
grain
le
silos
moindre
has
intérêt
the least bit
pour
of
la
interest
sécurité
in
alimentaire
global
mondiale,
food
alors
security,
qu'il en est
of which
l'ennemi.
it itself is the enemy.
Ce que nous voyons, c'est l'expression
What
d'une
we see here
brutalité
is the
pure,
expression of
capable
pure
d'user de
brutality
toutes les armes,
that would stoop
même
to using
celle
any
de la
weapon,
faim,
even
pour
hunger,
tenter de
to try
ressusciter
to revive
sa chimère
its
impérialiste.
imperialist illusions.
Face à cela,
Against
d'autres, dont la
this,
France,
others such
agissent
as
concrètement.
France are
Agissent
acting.
en finançant
We
les
are
livraisons du
acting
PAM
by financing
au bénéfice des États les
WFP
plus fragiles,
deliveries to the most fragile
agissent en
countries. We're
facilitant
acting by
l'exportation des
facilitating the
céréales
export of
ukrainiennes
Ukrainian
par les
grains
corridors de
through
solidarité de
EU
l'Union
solidarity
européenne,
corridors.
agissent en
We're acting
finançant
by
partout dans le
financing
monde d'ambitieux
throughout the
programmes
world
pour le
ambitious
développement
programs
des
for
agricultures
developing local
locales et pour le
agriculture
soutien
and to
aux
support
cantines scolaires.
school lunch programs.
La France défend
France
aussi
also
le
defends
principe
the
de
principle of
l'inviolabilité
the
du patrimoine historique des
inviolability
nations,
of the historic
cet
heritage
héritage
of
des
nations,
cultures de
this
l'humanité.
heritage of
À
humanity's
Mossoul
cultures
ou à
in Mosul
Tombouctou
and
hier,
Timbuktu
à
yesterday,
Odessa ou
and in
Lviv
Odessa
aujourd'hui,
and Lviv today.
partout, la France
Indeed,
soutient les
everywhere,
actions
France
de
supports
ceux
the actions
qui
of
défendent
those
des trésors
who
historiques
defend the
que
historic
la haine
treasures
menace de
of their
détruire.
countries,
La
which
France
hate
soutient
threatens to destroy.
enfin, et je dirais évidemment,
Lastly,
le principe
and
de
of
la lutte
course,
contre
France
l'impunité des crimes.
supports the fight against
Notre soutien à la Cour
impunity.
pénale internationale
We
s'exprime
support
partout,
the
au
ICC
Sahel,
everywhere,
pour juger les
in the
djihadistes que
Sahel
la
to bring to
France
justice
avait fait
the
plier hier
jihadis that
et
France
qui
had
de
defeated
nouveau
yesterday
menacent une
and
région
which
entière.
today once again
En
threaten
Ukraine,
an
bien
entire
sûr,
region, as
des
well as
crimes de
in,
guerre et des
in
crimes
Ukraine,
contre
of course,
l'humanité
where crimes
sont
against
commis
humanity are
quotidiennement
committed on a
contre la
daily
population.
basis against the population.
Ce qui se joue en
What is happening
Ukraine
in Ukraine
nous concerne
concerns
tous.
all of us.
Si nous laissions
If
nos
we
principes
allow
communs
our
être
common principles to be
transgressés
trampled
là-bas,
there, they will be
ils le
trampled
seront partout.
everywhere.
Si nous
If
laissions une
we
agression
let
être récompensée,
this
d'autres se
aggression be
produiront
rewarded,
là
other
ou ailleurs.
instances will occur there or elsewhere.
Mesdames et messieurs,
Ladies and
la guerre
gentlemen,
d'agression russe est aussi
the
un coup
Russian
porté
war
aux
of
pays les
aggression
plus
is also a
vulnérables.
blow against
Elle
the most
impose
vulnerable
aujourd'hui
countries.
à tous
It
un
imposes
devoir de
upon us
solidarité.
all today
La
a
France est
duty of
devenue en
solidarity.
2022
Last year,
le
France
quatrième
became
acteur de
the
cette
fourth
solidarité en
largest
rejoignant trois
donor,
puissances amies, les
joining
États-Unis,
three friendly
le
powers,
Japon
the
et
US,
l'Allemagne.
Japan, and
C'est
Germany.
le résultat
This
d'un
is the
patient
result
investissement que
of
je suis
patient
fier de vous présenter.
investment, which I'm proud to
Solidaire,
present to you.
la France l'est
France
face à ceux que
stands
la faim
with
menace.
those who are threatened by
L'appel
hunger,
lancé il y a quelques
as
jours pour
evinced by
préserver
the
les
appeal a few
infrastructures
days ago
agricoles,
to protect
l'accroissement
agricultural
massif
structure, the massive increase of our food aid, which has reached almost 1 billion euros now, and which benefits 67 countries, including Nigeria and Sudan,
newly this week. As well as our hosting of the Coalition for School Meal Programs in Paris on October 18th and 19th, and the replenishment meeting of the International Fund for Agricultural Development in December, with the goal of raising $2 billion. Our action for solidarity also clearly aims to allow for access of all to financing needed to combat poverty and to carry out energy transitions in the long line of the ambitious UN agenda to attain the SDGs. The President of the French Republic has taken the initiative, therefore, to hold a summit on a new financial pact, a global pact which took place in Paris on June 22nd and 23rd, which allowed us to outline a plan to increase public and private financing commensurate with the challenges of international solidarity. This summit led to immediate positive outcomes, such as the signing of a partnership for energy transition in Senegal, or JET-P, as well as an agreement reached on Zambian debt. These are pledges which France has worked toward for years, and they were upheld. That is the case, for example, with regard to the reallocation of $100 billion in special drawing rights.
Le pacte de Paris pour les peuples et la planète, qui a résulté de ce sommet fin juin, pose des principes clairs
lays out clear principles to tackle head-on and simultaneously the challenges of poverty, climate change, and biodiversity loss, ensuring that no country is forced to choose between these goals. I call on all states that have not yet done so to endorse this pact. Our action for solidarity is also that of a country that has exceeded by more than €1 billion its financial pledges on climate, allocating €7.6 billion last year. It is the action of a country that continues to work tirelessly to protect the lungs of our planet. In June 2025, France will be hosting the UN Conference on the Ocean, which it will co-organize with Costa Rica in order to maximize the protection of this crucial carbon sink, the ocean. I'm counting on your support, for our commitment to protect forests and to build partnerships to conserve forests. Our action for solidarity is also that of a country that will always be committed to promoting and defending human rights. This December, we will celebrate the 75th anniversary of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights in Paris and in Geneva. This will be a moment to pay tribute to all those who are fighting to defend rights and freedoms, to protect human dignity, rights to which all of us aspire throughout the world.
aux droits des femmes,
I'm thinking
notamment
as well
en Afghanistan,
the rights of women, especially in
où
Afghanistan,
elles sont
where
réprimées en tant que
women
telles
are repressed
par un
because
régime
of their
taliban qui
gender
a
by a Taliban regime
tragiquement
that
placé une politique de
sadly has
ségrégation et de
placed a policy
violence
of
contre les
segregation and
femmes
violence against
au
women
cœur de
at the
son
heart of
identité
its political
politique.
identity.
Notre solidarité va aussi à celles et
solidarity
ceux qui s'engagent pour les
also goes
autres.
out
Et
to
parfois,
all those
ils le
who
font au
risk
péril
their
de leur vie.
lives
Je pense
for
aux
others.
casques bleus.
For
Je pense
example,
aussi aux
the blue
116
helmets
travailleurs humanitaires qui ont
and the
été
116
tués,
humanitarian
et ceux
workers
qui
who
ont
have
été
been
blessés,
killed,
kidnappés
those who
en
were injured
2022.
and abducted last
Nous
year.
devons mieux les protéger
We must
et la
better
France
protect them,
restera
and
pleinement
France stands
mobilisée
entirely
à leur côté,
by
comme nous
their
l'avons fait
side,
cette
as
semaine avec
said
nos partenaires
this
humanitaires
week,
ici aux
together
Nations
with our
Unies.
humanitarian partners.
Forte de ces principes,
Based on these
la
principles,
France se tiendra toujours
France
prête
will always
pour
be
une
willing
action
to engage in
collective au
collective
service
action
du bien
for the
commun.
common good.
Sur le plan du climat,
Concerning
nous
the
voyons
climate,
aujourd'hui ce
today
que
we're
notre
seeing
manque
that
d'ambition
our
peut
lack
produire
of ambition
de désastres.
can lead to disasters.
Intempéries, incendies,
Storms, fires,
inondations ont marqué
floods
cette année
have
partout
all
dans le
marked
monde
this
et
year
fait des dizaines
throughout the
de
world.
milliers de victimes.
that have killed tens of
Le
thousands.
dernier rapport du GIEC
The
et
latest IPCC
le bilan
report
aussi réalisé
and
en
the
vue de la
stock-taking
COP28
implemented before
doivent
the
nous alarmer.
COP28 ought to
Nous
alarm
ne pouvons
us.
pas détourner le regard. Il faut
We
au contraire
cannot turn
agir
away
et
from
agir
this. We
vite,
must,
agir
on the contrary,
collectivement face à ces
act
défis communs
rapidly and
qui
collectively
n'épargnent aucune
to address
nation
these common
de cette
challenges
planète.
which spare no
C'est
nation.
urgent,
It
mais
is
c'est
urgent,
possible.
but it is
Et
possible.
pour cela, nous avons une méthode,
To do so, we have a
éprouvée
method,
qui
a
nous a
tried
permis
and true
d'obtenir des
method
résultats par le
that have
passé.
has led us
du protocole de
to
Montréal,
results in the
qui a
past.
permis à
The
l'humanité
method
de
of the
régler le
Montreal
problème de la couche
Protocol,
d'ozone.
which allowed us to resolve
C'est celle
the
que nous avons
ozone layer
déployée pour
issue,
aboutir
the
ensemble à
method that
l'accord de
we
Paris
used to arrive at the
en
Paris
2015.
Agreement in 2015 together.
C'est aussi cette méthode
It
qui
is
doit
the
faire entrer en
method
vigueur bientôt,
that
dès que
to
possible,
ensure
le
that
traité
the
BBNJ pour
BBNJ
protéger
treaty
les aires
can
marines,
enter into effect as soon as
ou
possible
encore celle qui
to
permettra
protect
d'atteindre
marine
les objectifs
areas,
ambitieux de l'accord de
as well as
Kunming-Montréal
to
sur la
attain the
biodiversité
ambitious goals of
et
the
d'adopter,
Kunming-Montreal
nous le
Agreement on
souhaitons,
biodiversity.
il le faut, un accord juridiquement contraignant
And we
pour
hope there will be a
éliminer
legally
la pollution
binding
plastique.
agreement adopted to eliminate plastic
Cette
pollution.
méthode,
This method
la seule
is
qui
the only
vaille pour
one
aller au-delà
that
de
allows
la
us
prise de
to go
conscience
beyond
et pour
awareness
donc agir
and
avec
to act with
résolution,
resolve,
engagement et
commitment,
responsabilité,
and responsibility.
c'est le
It is called
multilatéralisme.
multilateralism.
Et face à la destruction climatique, face à la démolition de notre
In light
habitat
of
naturel,
climate
face à
destruction, the
l'appauvrissement
devastation of our
généralisé
natural
de
habitat,
notre
the
biodiversité,
depletion of our biodiversity,
eh bien vous pouvez compter sur la France
you can count
pour rester en
on
initiative.
France to take initiatives.
La méthode
The
multilatérale, c'est aussi
multilateral
celle qui nous
method is
permettra de
also the
résoudre les
method that
crises
will allow us to
internationales qui
resolve
se multiplient.
proliferating international
Au
crises.
Haut-Karabakh, la communauté
In
internationale
Nagorno-Karabakh, the
doit assurer
international
qu'une
community ought
population
to ensure
soumise
that
à
a
9
population
mois
that has
d'un blocus
suffered 9
implacable
months of a
et à une
merciless
récente campagne de
blockade,
bombardement et de destruction
which has
puisse
seen
voir
a
ses droits
campaign of bombing
et
and
sa
destruction,
sécurité
can at last
enfin
see its rights and
garantis.
security guaranteed.
Un diktat imposé à une
Orders
population
imposed
civile
upon a
assiégée
besieged
ne
civilian
saurait être une
population
solution,
cannot
tandis
be a
que
solution.
les menaces proférées contre
And the
l'Arménie
threats
elle-même
against
et
Armenia
les
itself
atteintes à son territoire,
and
d'ores et déjà
encroachment on its
constatées,
territory already
doivent
documented,
cesser.
must end.
En Afrique,
In Africa,
nous croyons aux solutions
we
africaines, aux
believe
crises
in African
africaines.
solutions
Nous
to African
soutenons les
problems, and
organisations
we support
régionales africaines
African regional
chaque fois qu'elles
organizations
demandent l'appui
whenever they
de leurs
ask for
partenaires.
our support.
Nous le faisons au
We
Niger,
do so in Niger,
où la France
where
soutient la CEDEAO dans
France
ses efforts.
supports ECOWAS and its efforts
Ces efforts pourraient rétablir un
to
ordre
restore
constitutionnel
constitutional
remis
order,
en cause par
which
la
has been
force
threatened
depuis
by
que le président
force
démocratiquement
since
élu,
the democratically
Mohamed
elected president
Bazoum,
Mohamed Bazoum
fait face à une tentative
has
de
been
putsch.
dealing with an attempted
Au
coup.
Soudan,
In Sudan,
une guerre
a
meurtrière fait
deadly
rage
war
depuis
has
plus de
been
5
raging
mois. Les
for
civils
over 5 months.
sont les
Civilians
premières
are the primary
victimes d'un
victims
conflit
of
atroce.
this heinous
Il est donc du
conflict.
devoir de la communauté
It is our
internationale
duty as the international
de
community to
continuer
continue
sans relâche à
unflaggingly
rechercher des
to seek
solutions pour la paix.
solutions for peace.
Nous demandons
We
une nouvelle
once
fois aux
again
belligérants de
urge the
cesser les
belligerents
combats et
to
d'épargner les
cease
civils,
hostilities
de
and to
permettre
spare
une trêve
civilians,
humanitaire
to permit a
et de faire
humanitarian
émerger une solution
ceasefire and to
politique, une
generate
solution
an
politique
inclusive
inclusive.
political solution.
Nous ne pouvons pas non plus nous
Nor
habituer
can
au
we
conflit dans
tolerate
l'est
the
de la
conflict in the
République
east of the
démocratique du Congo,
DRC,
qui,
which
depuis si
for so
longtemps,
long
repose sur
has
les
been
mêmes
based on the
ressorts
same
et fait les
grounds
mêmes victimes.
and caused the same casualties.
Là aussi, la France
There
est
as
en
well,
appui des
France
mécanismes
supports
régionaux de
regional
résolution des
mechanisms for
conflits
conflict resolution
pour faciliter
to facilitate
une
a
solution
negotiated
négociée
and
et
peaceful
apaisée.
solution.
La France est et elle restera
France
une alliée
is and
fiable et
remains
constante
a
des
reliable and
organisations
faithful
régionales
ally
africaines
of
quand elles se
African regional
battent pour la paix,
organizations when they fight
pour
for
le
peace,
développement, pour la
development,
démocratie et pour la sécurité du
democracy,
continent.
and the security of the continent.
Dans un Moyen-Orient qui se recompose,
In
la
a Middle
France
East
prend
that is
aussi sa
redrawing
part,
itself, France is also
en soutenant
playing its
sans
role
relâche
by
le dialogue
staunchly
et la
supporting
coopération.
dialogue
Nous
and
continuerons de
cooperation. We
participer à
continue to take
l'invitation
part
de notre partenaire
on the
irakien
invitation of our
au
partner
processus
Iraq
dit de Bagdad.
in the Baghdad
Dans ce format
process,
inédit
in
de
this
dialogue entre
unprecedented
tous les pays de
format
la région
for dialogue between all
qui
the
se
region's
réuniront
countries.
prochainement de
They
nouveau
will
pour
be
travailler
once again meeting
cette fois à des projets
very
concrets
soon
afin de répondre
to
aux
work on
besoins
specific projects
manifestes
to
de
meet
coopération
the
entre
clear
ces pays.
need for cooperation between
Et entre
these
Israéliens et
countries.
Palestiniens,
As for
nous
Israel
poursuivons
and
aussi nos
Palestine,
efforts pour
we
une
will
paix
continue as
garantissant
well our
à chaque État,
efforts for
à
peace
chaque
that
peuple,
guarantees to
un
each
État,
state
à
and
chaque
people,
peuple un État,
that guarantees
guarantees to each people state, as well as secure, recognized borders based on the 1967 lines. With Switzerland as the capital. The two-state solution is the only possible path forward for lasting and just peace.
Dans un environnement changeant, les Nations Unies doivent elles aussi s'adapter.
The UN must also adapt, and France supports the ambitious reform agenda of the Secretary General of the United Nations and contributes actively to the work on the summit for the future.
Nous devons aussi retrouver l'élan de la
We
réforme du
must
Conseil de
also find
sécurité.
momentum of
Bien
the
sûr,
Security
l'élargissement
Council
du
reform.
Conseil,
And speaking
ou
of
de
an
longue date,
expansion, of course,
nous
of the
soutenons une plus
Council.
grande présence
For a long
africaine,
time, we've
y
supported
compris
greater
parmi les membres
African representation,
permanents,
including among
ainsi
permanent
que
members,
la candidature du
as well
G4.
as the
Je pense aussi
candidacy
à
of the
l'encadrement du
G4.
droit de veto en cas
I'm also
d'atrocité
speaking
de
about
masse,
regulating
the right to veto in the case of mass atrocities. This
au Conseil de sécurité.
Would allow it to regain effectiveness within the Security Council. President, ladies and gentlemen,
la France, fidèle à ses traditions,
in line with its traditions, will be present so that we can come together, united nations,
affronter les défis globaux,
to address
les menaces
global
à la paix et à la
challenges
sécurité
and threats to
internationale
international
et les
peace
atteintes
and
à nos
security,
principes
as well
communs.
as attacks on our common
Pour ce faire, le
principles. To
secrétaire
this
général
end,
Antonio Guterres
SG Guterres can count on the unwavering support
de la France.
of France.
C'est maintenant qu'il faut agir
We must act now
ensemble
together
pour le salut
for
de
the
tous.
salvation of us all.
Je vous remercie.
Thank you.
I thank the Minister for Europe and Foreign Affairs of France. I now give the floor to His Excellency Dan Jorgensen, Minister of Development and Global Climate Policy of Denmark.
Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, distinguished delegates. The world is off track. This is the uncomfortable truth. 8 years ago, we adopted the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Denmark had just assumed the presidency of the General Assembly. The adoption of the SDGs was a proud moment, not just for Denmark, but for all of us. A historic moment where we, the United Nations, launched a transformational agenda. Today, we need transformational action, urgently and on a massive scale. We need to get the SDGs back on track. We need to fast-track the green transition and accelerate climate adaptation. And we need to revitalize multilateralism and bring the UN and other institutions of global governance firmly into the 21st century. These are immense tasks, but they are neither impossible nor optional. It is the duty of our generation to get the world back on track, to break the vicious circle of distrust and division that is undermining our ability to act collectively, and to replace this vicious circle with one of trust and solidarity, as highlighted in the overarching theme for this year's UNGA. Trust is not built on the promises we give. It is built on the promises we keep. Mr. President, halfway to 2030, only 15% of the Sustainable Development Goals are on track to be realized. The rest are only progressing slowly. Some are even moving in the wrong direction. This year, we celebrate the 75th anniversary of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. And it is as relevant today as ever. The SDGs seek to realize the human rights of all. Yet, human rights are under pressure around the globe. This is not least true for women and girls, more than half of the world's population. For the first time in a generation, extreme poverty is increasing. Hunger levels are surpassing those of a decade ago, while climate shocks are hitting those most vulnerable at an accelerating speed. More than 360 million people are in need of humanitarian assistance worldwide. All governments have a responsibility to prioritize the SDGs at home. But for some countries, that is easier said than done. According to the Secretary General, developing countries need a staggering $3.9 trillion between now and 2030 in order to achieve their goals. To bridge that gap, it is necessary for others to help. It is our shared responsibility. For more than 40 years, Denmark has met the UN target of providing at least 0.7% of GNI for development assistance. And we continually encourage other rich countries to prioritize this target as well. But even if we all lived up to the 0.7 UN target, it would still only cover 10% of the financing gap. It is simply not enough. We need to find new, innovative ways to finance the 2030 Agenda and to realize the Paris Agreement's goals by mobilizing domestic as well as international sources, including private capital. This year, Denmark is increasing our grant-based climate finance to the highest level ever. $745 million, of which approximately 60% will be allocated for adaptation. Next year, we will double our contribution to the Green Climate Fund to approximately $234 million. We are also increasing our support to the Danish Development Finance Institution, enabling it to triple its annual contribution to climate finance in developing countries, from $300 million today to approximately $900 million towards 2030. Denmark, a country with a population of just below 6 million people, expects this year to contribute more than 1% of the $100 billion target. We expect our share to be even higher next year. For Denmark, delivering on our promises is a matter of assuming global responsibility as well as showing international solidarity. Mr. President, to mobilize financing for development and climate action, we also need to better leverage the enormous potential of the international financial institutions. The development banks, including the World Bank, must raise not billions, but trillions of dollars for climate action and the SDGs. Growing burdens of debt are keeping struggling economies in a deadlock. A new creditor landscape is challenging existing mechanisms for debt treatment. This is a challenge we need to tackle together as a global community and with the constructive engagement of all creditors. Denmark is deeply engaged in these efforts. We will be pushing for the highest ambitions at the upcoming annual meetings of the IMF and the World Bank in Marrakesh, as well as at the COP28. The international financial architecture must be revised. Who decides? Who benefits? Is it fair? Is it working? This is a conversation we need to have. The international financial architecture must reflect the world of today rather than the world of yesterday. Mr. President, the climate emergency is worsening. 2023 is on track to become the warmest year ever recorded. Unless we do something dramatic, the extremes of today will soon become the new normal. Denmark is urging the world's biggest emitters to reduce their carbon emissions, phase out fossil fuels, and commit to renewable energy. At the same time, we need to scale up significantly our efforts to adapt to climate change and address climate-induced loss and damage. Despite having contributed the least to climate change, it is the poorest and most vulnerable parts of the world who suffer the most devastating consequences. We need to make COP28 the turning point in overcoming this global injustice. As stated in the African Leaders' Nairobi Declaration on Climate Change and Call to Action, no country should ever have to choose between development aspirations and climate action. We agree. The fact is that it no longer makes sense to talk about sustainable development without factoring in climate change. We're wasting valuable time and limited resources if we do not integrate our efforts for sustainable development and climate action. Mr. President, we are off track. And to get back on track, we need also to look at core institutions of our multinational system and bring them into our time. The world deserves a more representative, transparent, and accountable Security Council, one that is better equipped to address global challenges. The Security Council needs to better reflect global realities as well as the desires, needs, and concerns of people all over the world. This includes limiting the use of veto, also through voluntary restraint and enhanced accountability vis-à-vis the General Assembly. Denmark has been, and will continue to be, actively engaged in this discussion. To improve and strengthen our collective ability to prevent conflict and sustain peace, we need a new approach. The Secretary General's new agenda for peace is a timely contribution to the debate. Denmark welcomes its call for a renewed focus on conflict prevention and peacekeeping. As a current member of the Peacebuilding Commission and a major donor to the Peacebuilding Fund, we know it is one of the most valuable and efficient tools in the UN toolbox. Next year's Summit of the Future and the process leading up to it is a timely opportunity to move the discussions on this and other reform issues forward, based on the UN Secretary General's proposal of our common agenda. Mr. President, trust in multilateral cooperation is based on the universal respect for the rules that are underpinning it, and on accountability for violations of those rules. Russia's blatant disrespect of the most fundamental principles of the UN Charter, including the principle of territorial sovereignty, is a tragedy for the United Nations. It is a look into a brutal world where international law has lost respect among nations and might is right. The war is not just an unspeakable tragedy for the people of Ukraine, it has devastating effects for the people around the world suffering under food shortage and other global consequences of this senseless war. Denmark supports all meaningful efforts to stop Russia's aggression against Ukraine. We stand firmly with Ukraine and their charter-based rights to defend their territory, and we support President Zelensky's peace formula for a just peace. We encourage all countries to do the same. Denmark seeks full accountability for Russia's unlawful war of aggression against Ukraine. This includes responsibility for crimes under international law as well as reparations. Ensuring that Russia and its representatives are held to account is a shared responsibility for us all as members of the United Nations. Mr. President, we take hope in the fact that following Russia's attack against Ukraine and against the UN Charter, we have seen overwhelming support for the Charter among UN member states. This we must build on. We have no choice. The major problems of our time are interlinked, and their solutions are interlinked as well. We can only solve the problems of our time through international cooperation. We must not allow the irresponsibility of some countries to derail and destroy our collective efforts to find common solutions to shared problems. Mr. President, yesterday Denmark was proud to sign the landmark High Seas Treaty that we adopted earlier this year. The treaty provides legally binding instruments for protecting and safeguarding the health of our oceans, a task vital to advance SDG number 14. It also holds tremendous symbolic value. It shows that despite growing tensions and division, we can still come together and find common ground. At a time when positive news is hard to come by, that is very encouraging. Keeping that in mind, Denmark will do our part to create tangible results compromises and solutions in the UNGA 78th session that stands before us. This is the spirit of cooperation we want to bring to the UN and that we hope to bring to the UN Security Council in 2025 and 26. We believe this spirit of cooperation will bring the world back on track. Thank you.
I thank the Minister for Development and Global Climate Policy of Denmark. We have had the last speaker in the general debate for this meeting. We will continue the general debate tomorrow at 9 a.m. in this hall. The meeting is adjourned.